Hey everybody, welcome to the Discount Geeks podcast, hosted by me, Kevin Tran, and
Michael Grinberg.
this is going to be our first episode, which might be a little crude because we came in totally prepared. But in this episode, we're going to be talking about the modern entertainment industry and modern culture in general. So, what subject do you want to start with first?
I think we should start with just movies and then get into games and just how everything is so samey, both in the content and how that just connects everything in entertainment right now and makes it all kind of blend in, not in a really great way most of the time. So
So as someone who studies storytelling, when you work in the realm of art, storytelling, writing, anything like that, it does become samey. But now, as a mass audience, we're starting to recognize that a bit with all the new content that's coming out. It kind of, I don't know. There's a lot of people who are accusing certain films of being written by AI, and which is a point of contention in the recent strike that happened.
I would, well, the rise of AI is really something interesting. I think everyone kind of has no choice but to kind of fight the companies by getting into AI and doing it better. But everything is so kind of samey and borderline creatively bankrupt today, especially in movies, that all the weird jumbled nonsensical stuff that AI writes has been kind of more interesting than what people have been writing, because it's just so surreal in a weird way. It's like dreams. That's the best way to describe how AI looks and writes. And I don't know, if people could just use it like that and just be inspired instead of just copying it outright, that would make a lot more interesting things. Because right now, what have we been getting over the past 2 years? Superhero movies, which of course vary in quality, but everything in that genre has really become quite predictable and bland in ways. Like, as much as I enjoy it, The Flash, it's kind of very MCU-ified, a DC film. It's not really DC's fault. I think it's the multiverse trend, though. Today, I'm actually kind of more interested in the multiverse in DC than the MCU, but overall, I think it's really become a over welcome. It's a fad that's kind of prolonged its stay, and it's very difficult to be in both films and games, like as a fan and viewer, because there's so little to actually kind of look forward to. I think the peak of cinema in the superhero genre has been like Captain America, the first Avenger, Winter Soldier, Civil War, things like that, Endgame. Some of my personal favorites like WandaVision and No Way Home. I mean, it's a nostalgia fest. I think we deserve to have something that's like pure fan service once in a while. So and it's the same thing, at least from my point of view, in games right now. There's just so much coming out that's so samey. Even indie games, which are really should be the focus from here on out, but so many just like side scrollers, and then the bigger companies are just making like these shooters and Overwatch clones and things, or trying to be Fortnite. And I found myself in the movie side looking forward to the smaller, more grounded things like the Batman and things like that, or Spider-Man, Daredevil. And then on the game side, more of the licensed stuff like Star Wars games and things like that, because that's really so far what's piqued my interest the most. So everything else is kind of being copy and pasted, but that's just my point of view.
Okay, so from my point of view, I think you and me do generally enjoy everything that's been coming out, but that's only on like a light level because we're not, we're not using our brains at like full capacity, to criticize. We just enjoy it like, we're like with children, and these are like child's films, of course. Comic books, they were originally created for children, and then they kind of veered its head to be more adult oriented with, The Dark Knight Returns and Watchmen. And of course, with like 9/11, culture just changed in general, and everything has to be cynical. Everything has to be, a deconstruction of heroism and stuff. But with modern content, this is a sentiment that, well, yeah, I think applies to everything, but things are becoming more atheistic, like non-religious, non-conforming to faith. And look, I'm an atheist myself. I'm not religious, but I love studying religion for, the moral values that, that can be used in everyday life. That's why, religion is so popular, because it helps guide you. It helps structure yourself as a person. And I think with modern films, it doesn't really send the strongest messages. I'm not saying they don't have messages at all, and I mean, a lot of them are emotional. Like The Flash, that was a pretty emotional film despite all its flaws, but it doesn't push, a certain message that would, help you. Well, with Flash, of course, that's like, it's about moving on and stuff, but it's not the strongest. It's not as, poignant as, what's a film about moving on? Spider-Man 2002, I guess. So, with, Uncle Ben's death, it's about learning responsibility. Like when, yeah. With Flash, it's just, it's just like, move on. Don't do anything stupid. Freaking idiot. But with Spider-Man, it's about taking, action for yourself, defining your own individual person, growing up, of course. Flash is just like, hey, let's not save my mom again. That's yeah. But even with more grounded stories, it does apply. Like with the Batman, when you compare that with like the Tim Burton films, they at least have some kind of like psychological flair. The Batman is more like, look, the characterization is almost as like stilted and shallow as probably like the Flash or an MCU film. Like Batman's arc is really just like, it's kind of spread thin. You don't really get a sense of his development, I would say. Like all his characterizations almost just like relegated to the very end speech where he talks about how he has to be a symbol of hope for Gotham citizens. And I don't really get that idea. Like I don't get this idea that he was like a violent, vengeful person trying to redeem himself. He's just like kind of like almost passive in the narrative, just standing there all sullen. But I guess the whole thing with Riddler, talking about his upbringing probably does contribute to that, but it's just not enough of it. It's not, as I said, poignant as probably like the Raimi Spider-Man films, because there's story beats. It has to be beats that change the character. It has to be events. Like in Spider-Man 2, with the whole deal with him wanting to be with MJ, but he can't, and that's very consistently spread out throughout the narrative. And it does, it builds up, it unfolds. And that's what I think is missing from modern films. It's just not as complicated, and it's more, look, of course, human people wrote these films, but they're more AI in nature and more corporatized, I'd say, to, they have to make blockbusters to be more accessible to a wider audience, of course, so they can, is easier to understand. Of course, that's why they have test audiences to, criticize the film so they can make edits and stuff. And I don't really, like believing in that stuff. It's the same thing with comic books with like editors, I guess. With like the modern Spider-Man comics, They don't want, Peter Parker to be happy, so they can keep like the status quo of him just being, the young Spider-Man who's relatable, not married, no children. And yeah, it's the same thing with Batman, like Tom King's Batman from the 2016 Rebirth run, where they did a fake out wedding with Catwoman. It's just like they want to keep these characters, eternal. They don't want them to grow, and that's what I'm feeling with the modern films too. You have any more, comments on that?
I do, and starting from the point of religion, I have the same view. I'm pretty atheist myself, and I've always stayed away from all of that. But I really appreciate religion for the history and the lore, because it's like religion is like all these years a game of broken telephone. It's all up to interpretation. Who really knows how things went down? And that's really the whole point of it. Everyone gets into it for their own reasons, and they have their own views on it. It brings comfort to them in their own ways. But I love the historical story oriented aspects of it. I have an illustrated version of the Bible, and I like to go through that from time to time, and kind of confer with religious friends of mine about what they think about this, how accurate it is, and just their thoughts on that as a whole. And I think for no matter someone's views on all of that, like religion and politics, I think it's really important to embrace that when you're writing a story, especially something like Star Wars, which is a very grounded type of space opera, space fantasy, and it incorporates all of those really beautifully. And I think comics have are really one of the best mediums to expand on that as well, because it's usually faster to make comics than movies or games, and you can really stretch things out, or just create an omnibus of stories and novels, which is usually my type of preference. And a film like Spider-Man 2, like you said, or Spider-Man 2002, but also Spider-Man 2, just about moving on. But every time I watch it, I like to see it as Peter's kind of lying to himself. I think we've all been in that type of position, that mental state where it's you're telling yourself everything you can to convince yourself everything is great, and you're happy with everything, and you're just acting all normal and doing your studies and going about your day. And but that's really, of course, the process of coping with stuff, but it's also quite unhealthy. So I love how the Raimi trilogy just progresses. For the first film, it's all about Peter going through loss on a personal level for the first time, because he didn't, as far as we know, in Raimi's universe, he didn't really know his parents. I don't know if the novelization says anything, but we don't know at what age exactly he lost his parents, so we don't know if he exactly got to bond with him. But Uncle Ben was really the first loss, and almost Aunt May, and then Norman, and then in Spider-Man 2, he was being pushed to his limits even more, with John Jameson, which I could have a lot of things to say about that. His inclusion is whatever. I'm Raimi.
What, you mean cucking Peter?
Yeah,
Zeb Wells Spider-Man. I don't like stories about cucking. The main character, just
making him jealous. And I'm a fan of the 90s animated series and Spectacular Spider-Man. And of course, Raimi took heavy inspiration from the 90s animated series, and then Spectacular from Raimi's trilogy. And John Jameson was in those for a couple of episodes, one episode, but just having him throughout the whole movie, I think that's really the main or only flaw of that film. But other than that, I really love how Peter has been just constantly gets negative things thrown at him, and he has to learn how to move on. And then in the third film, he truly gets to that point and he starts to forgive himself, because in Spider-Man 2, even though he's moving on, like, okay, you know what, I can't have MJ, I'm just going to focus on studies and everything, my powers are gone, I have nothing else to do. But he's not really admitting anything, he's not really saying anything is wrong. He's like, it's just how it's supposed to be. And but then in the third one, he finally learns to really admit things are going wrong, and he forgives himself, and he has to let that out. And well, with the aid of the symbiote, and then kind of cleanse himself like that. So I think that trilogy is one of the best just portrayals of the hero's journey that's not really stretched out for like six films like Star Wars.
Yeah.
Of course, this comparison is irrelevant, but I'm just saying I think it's a really great condensed thing. And in terms of my favorites in that trilogy, I'd say Spider-Man 3 is my favorite because of the nostalgia and how fun it is. But I've always kind of went in between Spider-Man 3 and Spider-Man 1. I think Spider-Man 1 is the best comic book adaptation in that movie. It's not very long. It's pretty straightforward, and it's comic booky and campy in every way, but it also doesn't hold back in the violence and everything. And since it's not as long as a movie, Raimi really pushes the visual storytelling. Like this has been pointed out so many times: the Thanksgiving dinner, the clothing, and the foreshadowing, and just all the visual acting as well, especially during the final fight. And I think it's just perfect in that way. And I think after that point, especially after Spider-Man 2, that's really when comics started to say, oh, we have to brutalize Peter. We have to put him through every worst possibility, and to make him relatable and interesting. And then that's one reason why Spider-Man comics started to just fall off. Aside from making like Flash types of decisions, everyone has powers now. There's spider people everywhere. That's one reason why Spider-Man just started to fall off in the comics. And
Oh yeah.
Amazing Spider-Man wasn't really amazing, not the movies, I mean the comic series later. And that's why Ultimate is kind of blending the two, making him older, but giving him that youthful kind of characterization. The same problem.
The new Ultimate?
The new Ultimate, yeah, kind of the same.
I haven't read it yet, but I must.
Well, yeah, it kind of gives him the same characterization as when he was in high school and college, but as an adult. And that the new Ultimate series is about the multiverse, but it's very, very restrained. There aren't spider people everywhere. It's just, I don't know how much I want to get into it without spoiling it for you, but it just focuses on one antagonist, right, and kind of universe hopping. But basically, okay, I guess the synopsis is, what if Peter, it's basically a what if story. What if Peter didn't get bitten by the spider? So that's basically the catalyst. And then a villain from the multiverse starts to change things, and Peter told, I won't say by who again, but then progressively becomes Spider-Man. And the Avengers and things also just very, very restrained. So I think it's really been one of the best blends of every era of Spider-Man so far. And even the suit is kind of like, it's the classic suit, but kind of modern, shiny elements. So I can see why people are really, really into it, and it's really spearheaded, rejuvenated interest in Spider-Man comics and Marvel. And then there's the DC side of things where it's like, let's make someone else Batman. Let's keep going into the future. Let's have Batman be in marketable toy armor. Let's have him ride dinosaurs.
Oh yeah.
Let's
So
also
Scott Snyder, Batman.
Scott Snyder, you
Metal. Dark Knight's Metal.
Metal. I could never get into Dark Knight Metal. I can't get into.
Dude, I tried reading it. It's so convoluted.
I see why people.
And then there's like a whole multiverse of evil Batman. Like it's Bruce Wayne, but evil, and they're like, it's Wonder Woman Batman, it's Aqua Woman Batman, it's Cyborg. Like what?
It's really too much. And then after Batman Who Laughs was introduced, everyone's like, Batman Who Laughs is peak, is a peak study on Batman's psyche, which is what people have said. Like, this is Batman's real like intentions and desires created into this crazy monster, which I mean that's been the point of view of a lot of stories, like Batman not wanting to become the Joker, Arkham Knight's done.
Is he any different from the Joker though? Like the Batman Who Laughs?
He's I have to, well, I don't want to get back into those comics, but
I don't know anything about it.
He's still not exactly like the Joker. I mean, he is a lot more brutal, but you can still see, I don't know how to put it. He's restrained in a way, but he's also not. He kind of goes about killing others and taking over in his own type of way. He's trying to spread his own type of message, kind of different than just chaos like the Joker. You can kind of still see Batman's point of view and morals in him compared to just the Joker.
That's interesting.
That's Dark Knight Metal. Like, I enjoyed the first couple of issues. I guess last time I read it was, I don't know, 2016, like when it was
like the whole idea with Metal is to make it like this, this rock version of DC Universe, and I don't get that. I just get like a lot of dialogue, and they create a whole soundtrack for it, and I think Tyler Bates scored it. I never listened to it. I don't know, but yeah, if that's the music you're expected to listen to while reading comics, maybe it would enhance it. But honestly, Scott Snyder, I mean, he gets so much creative freedom, and it just gets a little bit over the top, I mean, like, his sensibilities are similar to mine, in that, like, almost like gritty, edgy, almost 2000s, rock scene. But at the same time, it's just excessive. It's not like, subtle. It's not. Yeah, it's just. It's much. It's a bit much. And his Batman just does everything. Big mechs, Bat God. Like, he's the center of the multiverse. I'm like, bro, what is this?
I feel like the merchandising marketing department probably controls his stories more than he does.
I mean, like, yes.
Would he be comparable to like the Filoni of DC? It's like Jim Lee is the not George Lucas, I don't know, Kathleen Kennedy of DC.
He's just yes man.
Well, like Scott Snyder's Filoni, he has one hit.
I mean, Dave Filoni's still restrained. I mean, Dave Filoni's not going, the universe is centered around Ahsoka, the whole multiverse of Star Wars that I'm introducing. No.
I think we're getting to that point. I mean, she appears.
No. Even Kathleen, look, I trust Kathleen Kennedy, okay? Kathleen Kennedy, she kicked off Lord and Miller from making Solo, meta goofy film, and we'll talk about that with Spider-Verse. But at least with her, she knows how she knows restraint. She knows, good storytelling. She's a producer for years. People can clown on her all they want, but she knows how to manage. And I think even better than like the MCU. MCU is like, it's really about like quantity over quality. You can levy the same criticism towards Star Wars, but at least with Star Wars, it's like there is a certain consistent quality. It's not, it goes up and down, but with Marvel, it has this very low lows. With Star Wars, it's kind of like, personally. But like, with episode 9, like Colin Trevorrow, his script, look, honestly, I don't like it.
Yeah.
It's like the most anti-Lucas thing. Look, it was a rough draft. Look, just give him like the, benefit of the doubt. It was a rough draft, but at the same time, it's like, we gotta make this saga wrap up neatly. Let's make Rey a Palpatine. Let's make it a whole Skywalker versus Palpatine family dynamic, royal family thing. And that's how Tony Gilroy described it. It's all about the royal family. And that's where, Andor comes in, the more, low level, gritty story. And that's what I love about Andor. That's like, it's basically just a World War II, drama that Tony Gilroy just like, hey, I don't know what a George Lucas is. I'm just going to do my own thing. So, yeah.
I think I'll get into all of those, but like first Marvel and Star Wars, I think at least they are both kind of slowing down with their releases.
Marvel, of course.
Oh, Marvel.
No, Marvel especially.
Well, yeah.
I mean, there's only one MCU film this year.
Which is
and it's
Deadpool and Wolverine.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm hyped for that.
At least it's all like slowing down, and hopefully the multiverse stuff will really just wrap up and end finally. And I think Star Wars has kind of that interconnected problem right now too.
The Star Wars is worse, but of course with freaking Book of Bob having like 2 episodes of Mando, but even that I'll forgive it because it's Star Wars and I'm a shell.
So am I, but I think after the Rise of Skywalker, I don't know, I could blame the Rise of Skywalker for it, but everything is just cloning now. Everything is tying into other stuff, like Mandalorian as cloning and pickled Snokes. Bad Batch.
Snokes, okay.
Years earlier, which is also about cloning. And of course, we know at this point Star Wars is not the Skywalker saga, it's the Palpatine saga, which is
chill. I mean, now it is, with Bad Batch, with Mando, like
it could be interesting like that. Like even the Acolyte, if the Acolyte finally actually ties into like Plagueis and actual, what the show was marketed for, to show how the Sith point of view. And
honestly, it looks like that. It actually kind of looks like that. I mean, from like yesterday's episode, not yesterday, but this week's episode, the episode 6, I was half paying attention to that, honestly. I was just looking like, okay, so this is something we spoke about, but the Disney Plus shows, they are better watched when binged, like, as a whole. Watching them on a week-to-week basis, especially with how slow each episode is just not ideal. Look, I don't dislike, the slow pace of them all, but having to wait, 7 days between each episode is very counterintuitive. And especially for Disney, I don't know.
I think they lack the compromise. We all know why they're doing it weekly, because they want people to stay subscribed. Even though there's an annual subscription plan, you could just pay once per year and keep. I think there's really lack of marketing, and there's that lack of compromise. Like, of course, the standard. It's always been this way. Standard, wait a week, and it's like 20-minute episodes or back to back, like Clone Wars. Every show.
I mean, the genius, because I've been tuning in every episode, right?
Yeah, me too. But those seasons were like 22 episodes long. I don't understand why they're making like 6 to 8 limited
know.
episodes, trying to make these, like, I'm all for making these like really long movies, but you at least drop 2 episodes at a time, make them longer. Andor's episodes
Yeah.
are long. Like The Boy, you don't. I'm the only one here who watches it, but like The Boys, Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, all those episodes are an hour to an hour and 30 minutes.
Oh, really?
And they don't lose your attention.
Like
They're actually
momentum?
retain, yeah, and they release once a
Yeah.
week, and it's just funny because they're all extremely grounded, especially The Boys takes place basically in Toronto. So every episode is in the same city, in the same towns and areas, and they're almost 2 hour long episodes, and they still retain your
Yeah, but it's
attention.
still interesting, right?
But Star Wars, yeah, it's still interesting, and Star Wars should be able to do that. And with the Acolyte, I really love the lore, but the pacing is really getting worse. Like, you're getting invested, and then transition, wipe, and going to the next thing, and then there's some out of place comedy, and I just wish I see the Acolyte as like an EA Battlefront 2 situation. Like, there was some frames in the EA Battlefront story trailer that were not in the game, like Iden with Luke. And they marketed it as, oh, this is completely from the Empire's point of view. This is the first game where you're completely an Imperial, and then that ended like 2-3 missions. And the Acolyte, it's been like, oh, this is a gritty, brutal, bloody, mature, almost R-rated type of Star Wars show.
I mean, that one episode where freaking was he Star Wars Ezra Miller begins slaughtering Jedi? Yeah, kind of.
Well, yeah.
Oh no, I didn't pay attention to the Acolyte marketing that much. I don't pay attention to marketing in general, so I wouldn't know.
Well,
and honestly, yeah, marketing, of course, that's a big part of setting up the tone of your show and stuff. But yeah, with me, it doesn't affect me. But with other people, I understand. And honestly, look, they have a right to complain about that.
It's kind of a problem, like kind of recurring problem with some recent Star Wars shows, especially like Mandalorian season 3. But first, like Acolyte, it was marketed as being from the point of view of the Sith and showing them how they infiltrate the Republic. And yes, we're starting to see that, but Disney's marketing always like is truly like from a certain point of view, it is exactly what we said, but we didn't say it would be consistent. So Kamir is, everyone can at least universally agree that he's interesting and everyone's enjoying his stuff. We should have seen his perspective this whole time. And these 6 to 8 limited episodes with these like 25, 22-minute runtimes are really hurting these stories. If you're going to make these like a movie, release at least two at a time. And even with the Mandalorian season 3, it's like I feel like Star Wars shows in general recently, episodes have been ending how they should have started. Like, go to the Lizzo and Jack Black episode. That episode really ended how it should have started, and I love the whole neon cyberpunk type of like investigation.
That season was a big mess.
It was, but
it was my favorite season though. It is my favorite season for, I don't know, it just stopped the side quest thing.
Yeah.
As sporadic and random as it is, not every episode isn't the same. It isn't like, oh, Grogu, we need to get this thing to take you somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember. I haven't watched in a while. But I know season 3 has a lot more like actual like biblical resonances, and that's what I liked about it. Like, of course, like with season 2, the finale was just like, hey, look, computer Luke Skywalker.
Look at Luke with the 3 U's. I mean, that also didn't have a payoff. Like that ties into the book of Boba Fett. My biggest problem with Boba, of course, is Mando. And
interconnected, dude.
Tamora Morrison has the same gripe, and he was supposed to come back for Mando season 3, but like, what happened? So, but setting up that stuff with Bo and Din, like people were saying romance. It was like,
no, I didn't see that. I never saw that.
Ship that. I was looking for a conflict. Like what happened at the end of that Lizzo episode, what I'll call a Lizzo
I don't
episode.
remember, honestly. But
Well, it was like the whole exchange boat and the not Death Watch. Who has claim to the dark saber?
oh yeah, that. Oh yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah, that should have been the entire.
That's like how almost every episode of season 1 and season 2 were for me. There's just like a lot of side quests. You got sidetracked. But the finale of season 3, I really liked it. Like, they're taking back Mandalore from the Empire.
Yeah.
That makes it all up for me. That's like very interesting. More interesting than Luke coming in and having a keyframed blink, like 12 frames for his blink. Yeah, so I did a little bit of research. I showed you this before, but it should be 6 frames, like, for blinking, not 12 frames. That's just weird, man. I don't know why it's so like delayed.
Maybe Force users have some weird. I don't know. The Force controls their blinking.
Force this, force that. How about get better VFX? Why does Marvel do it better?
Oh,
Marvel has they have a movie budget. I understand that, but how about that's because they have competent VFX artists.
Well,
of course, they don't give time anymore to refine their work anymore. But
there's that difference. Yeah, Marvel really, when they deep fake, it's more actual CGI, manual de-aging, and then Lucasfilm is shamook technology now.
I mean, recently, not they didn't do it during Mando. That was just just a picture collage of Mark Hamill. But with Book of Boba Fett, it wasn't perfect in Book of Boba Fett, but it was
better.
It was a jump in the quality. And then Dial of Destiny, that's where they peaked. Look, yeah, this Uncanny Valley here and there, but no, look. They peaked, okay? That's the template you should strive for. That's better than freaking Marvel too.
Well, Dial of Destiny, I think the whole first sequence is comparable to basically the entirety of The Irishman. Robert De Niro is de-aged, but it's still a 70-year-old walking around and body proportion. So Dial.
And I was just watching Irishman. It was weird. I mean, no, the actual effect was weird.
Yeah.
But it was clearly an old Robert De Niro. That scene where he kicked the shopkeeper who pushed his daughter?
Yeah.
He shoved his daughter? Yeah, that his foot movement, it's just...
Oh, yeah.
And that's comparable to Harrison Ford's, walk up the hill under that bridge at the very end of the flashback. If you've seen the VFX, behind the scenes for that, you can tell it's Harrison Ford's, face movement and stuff. Of course, his voice is gruff. There's a part in the behind the scenes where his voice actually sounded more like his young self than in the actual film. So I don't know what happened there. I know it's hard to do that consistently, but still it sounded better in that one moment than the whole movie. So
I mean, it's kind of got that the De Niro part. Yeah, it was funny watching him kick, and he's really, really slow, and then he kind of turns like an old man. And I think Dial of Destiny, what you just mentioned, Star Wars has that problem too, but for a different reason. Bringing back older actors to play younger selves of their characters. Hey, Bale, why do you look 15 years older if this is supposed to be before Rogue One?
They were still they didn't even even with Rogue One, they actually put they had to do his hair, they had to do his beard, they had I think the gray hair in Rogue One I don't think that was natural. I think they kind of painted it, dyed it on. I don't know. In Obi-Wan, I think that's just Jimmy. What's his name? Jimmy
Smith.
Schmidt.
Yeah, Smith.
Yeah, he's just walks on set like that. He's just hey, I just got out I got out of my my bath, man. I'm ready to work. That's what it looked like in Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's budget was just
Well, yeah, it was really an experiment, and then you have the Acolyte, which is overall the budget is more than Revenge of the Sith. I was
dude, it looks better than Andor too. Oh boy.
Well, yeah, well, I think they're both.
I was looking at Andor the other day. No, I was looking at Andor the other day. It still looked, TV-ish. And of course, Acolyte still looks TV-ish, but just like higher budget.
Well, they both shot on real locations, and it's just the smaller scale.
Yeah. So, but no, the Acolyte's colors are just so, prequel-y,
Yeah, that's
browns. The browns are rich. It's not dull brown. It's not like Obi-Wan or Mando. It's just.
I love
the Acolyte's visuals, man.
I do too. Like every time there's a transition, like to the temple or overhead shot and the music, it's just like
reminds me of Zack Snyder. That's how Zack Snyder would direct a Star Wars show.
Oh, I guess. Well, I haven't seen Rebel Moon.
Under Lucasfilm's restraints. I haven't seen Rebel Moon. I mean, I've seen parts of it. I'm just like, I don't know. It's the certain camera lens he uses. Just kind of, I don't know. It's very distorted. I have to look at it again. I haven't paid attention too much, but yeah.
There's just a lot more. I think people are saying it has more slow-mo than any of his movies.
Oh boy.
So there's that.
Snyder's one of my biggest inspirations. Look, as much as I love Star Wars, Snyder's like, what I've seen from Rebel Moon, that's kind of like the template for, what I want to do as an artist. Star Wars, of course, is more restrained. It's more grounded. It's not flashy like Snyder. It does make me wonder how Snyder would have done Star Wars. So I think Acolyte would be like a good summation of that.
Kind of like a good blend like that. And I think Snyder's always inspired me as well, mainly because he's like an entrepreneur. He's broken off. He's like George Lucas in those ways, He broke off and
except he's working with studios, man. He doesn't have he has a stone quarry, but he's still working with Netflix, Warner Brothers, collaborating with them. I don't think he has enough money to do his own projects like Lucas. Lucas, he really is the pioneer. Snyder, he's trying, but he's got to really make those connections.
Yeah.
And of course, his reputation, I mean, would you say he's on the level of Lucas, with the hate for the prequels of Batman v Superman?
I actually think that's a good comparison. But and then things started to come out more from DC, and people are looking back at BVS and Man of Steel, oh, this is actually a lot better. And that's how Star Wars has become. Let's go back to 2015. All the hype and everyone collectively Force Awakens. I think we all saw it 20 times in theaters because Star Wars has been on hiatus, and I got the Blu-ray or DVD.
I mean, you still like it, right? You kind of flip-flop on that.
I like the era. I like.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I like it as a retro film, but I still tolerate it as a entry in the Skywalker saga. Because it still has, all the essential elements. We got for a space opera, Kylo Ren, killing his father, and Rey's whole arc. But it could have been done in a more unique way than, as a retro film. I don't want to call it a New Hope, remake or anything, but it is definitely a big homage, to try to pull the old audience back in.
I think it's. I feel like they did everything right, but also a lot wrong by just being that.
It was it was the time. It was the timing of it all. And look, you can say the same thing about the prequels. I mean, stylistically, I mean, at that time, everything was experimental. We got, and also everything just looks 2000s. You got Anakin's long hair. We got Obi-Wan's long hair.
Oh no, that ponytail is a bit too much. It's a bit much.
Oh, hey, calm down there. Okay,
it's to be rich.
But yeah, do you think J.J. Abrams set the trend for nostalgia bait? Because I don't want to believe that, but it sounds like it. At least he probably popularized it. But of course, we've been getting remakes, actual remakes of movies before that. That just preys on people's nostalgia. Of course, he did Star Trek, but
yeah. Well, I think everyone likes his Star Trek movies better than his Star Wars. But I think JJ.
I like JJ. Well, I mean, I like him for different reasons, but
he's always been.
I don't like
being really safe and just playing it off nostalgia, and I don't really blame him entirely because both Star Trek and Star Wars had to have comebacks, and I understand, like, especially from a Disney's financial point of view, they
of course.
we have to pull people in, but this also has to be like kind of a continuation. So I think TFA did what it had to do, but personally I don't think I can really ever rewatch it myself again. Like when I
rewatch it a lot. I guess background noise and nostalgia, of course.
Nostalgia. Well, maybe that like 2015 is more like Force Friday and the hype and everything, and then people didn't really like it because it was really samey, like A New Hope. But then The Last Jedi came out, it was pretty different, just like Attack of the Clones, and it was very divisive.
Look, honestly, Last Jedi is my least favorite sequel film, honestly, just on the execution level. I mean, with Rian Johnson, he really is kind of like overcompensating with a lot of his messages. He's really trying to push it to the audience. Kind of, I don't know. Look, I get, like, he probably want, the younger audiences to understand what he's saying, but like it does become intrusive a bit. I don't know. Like we talked about this. I don't like it when movies really like just very direct with the messages. Like they're over detailed. They spell it out. There you go. That's what I'm saying.
I think that's why there's that whole "this is woke, that's woke" crowd.
It's not woke at all, but it's like
but it's mainly Canto Bight. I love Canto Bight as a planet. But it's
that kind of feels out of place. I mean, look, here's the thing about Star Wars. It's of course, as I said, royal family drama.
Yeah.
Finn's arc, a character like Finn in previous films wouldn't get like a huge arc, and especially one as prominent as it was, like pushing a message like that I did. It feels like something that could be an Andor. And of course, at the time, we didn't have Disney Plus, we didn't have Andor, we didn't have Mando. Rian Johnson was like, hey, I'm going to put my own stamp on Star Wars. I'm going to change it up a bit. I'm going to make it a little different, okay? In hindsight, probably shouldn't have done it. I appreciate it, but it's like, he could have played the waiting game on that.
I think
because he was going to have his own trilogy, and he's still working on that, but just like, how long has it been since that was...
Since The Last Jedi, it was like since we got that first like teaser of like Luke close up and then Ryan saying cut. So since that long, but I think Finn, I've liked Finn as like a prospect, but he was really underutilized. It was just like, he does yell Ray a lot, but I think, I think like,
I don't think he's a bad character. I mean,
no, he's not. I think,
like wasted. I wouldn't say so. I mean, Rise of Skywalker, you did pretty good. Like, okay, look, Rise of Skywalker, it works so much for us. Okay, on one hand, yes, J.J. Abrams, he really indulges in the fan service. On the other side, Chris Terrio. We get the Batman v Superman screenwriter come in. He's just like, I'm gonna make Star Wars great again.
Biblical. I think like at this point, I'm really, really sick of how many Jedi there are. Like, you get your Force sensitive, you're a Jedi.
Oh yeah.
But at that time, I think Finn really could have become like the modern Kyle Katarn, like a stormtrooper turned into a Jedi. Yeah. We haven't seen that on screen. Kyle Katarn was like is still like the most prominent version of that, and then seeing so many other First Order stormtroopers. Of
course, with Legends, they had a lot of creative freedom with Legends. It's a lot more expansive, and of course, people would berate us for not conforming to their elitist standards. But look, we're very accepting of a lot of things. Finn, I don't think it was necessary for him to become a Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. It would be cool. It would have been cool, but the fact that he's a rebel general who is who believes in the Force.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty much enough for me. Like, you know how Han Solo like eventually believes in the Force in Force Awakens. And yeah, I mean, look, how often do we like see Star Wars media? Like we get like someone believing in the Force, but they're not a Jedi. It's just, it's a religion. People like, people like believe in it. Like the average citizen. Like how often do we see that?
And we not a lot. I think Finn is actually, since you brought up that point, very comparable to Leia. Like both were brought into this like imperial sympathizer, but then they like Leia less so. She had to like
Leia. She became a Jedi
later. Like since she was. At first we didn't know, when did Leia really start to sympathize with the rebellion? Now we know, when she was 10. So, but Finn is like the same way. He was brought in with the, not Empire, but First Order, and then he left, and then he became a rebel general who believed in the Force, and he had some training. But then we got the totally canon Lego Holiday Special, which actually expanded on Finn more than movies did.
It's rad. It was rad, dude.
I see that as canon, totally.
Oh, you mean what? You see the Star Wars multiverse as canon?
Like when you watch Attack of the Clones, the elevator, I can see Rey standing.
Me too.
Elevator.
That's because we have big imaginations, unlike the haters. The haters, they can't. They can't get past the freaking lightsaber haircutting thing. Like, bro, have you seen the Clone Wars 2003? And then of course they make the argument, oh, there's no weight and symbolism behind it. I'm like, you're cutting hair, boy. I
mean, the pose at the end, like the fierce woman pose, does make me kind of cringe, but like we've had worse than that. Like Obi-Wan in Clone Wars, he had this, they put this like what did they do? Oh yeah, he was injected with something that changed his face completely.
Oh yeah, that's weird. That was weird.
Gave him tattoos too.
That's some G.I. Joe Rise of Cobra stuff in the Nanites.
It's like, okay, so there's gonna be like facial reconstruction. He's done, and he has tattoos out of nowhere.
Yeah, you know what? If it's in Clone Wars, then anything goes. Okay.
Like, I watched the Obi-Wan show, and at the back of my mind, like, this happened to him. Like, I'm supposed to believe this version.
What's the most outlandish things like Clone Wars has done? Mortis arc, there's that.
Well, Mortis, it's like the most outlandish, but it works. But I don't know.
I'm in Legends in general.
And I think at least episode 9, seeing Mortis in live action would have been interesting. I mean, there's a lot from episode 9 I wanted to see, like Kylo in Vader's castle. And here's
the thing, like the Skywalker saga is for like the general audiences, so they can't really pull in too much Clone Wars stuff.
Yeah,
leave that to Filoni in his like Ahsoka series. He's going to do that. He's definitely going to do that. Oh, he brought in the owl.
Season.
Like what's the owl's name?
Morai. Yeah.
Morai,
because she's the sister, and we're probably gonna get Mortis like in Ahsoka season 2. No, I mean definitely.
You mean season you mean season 10 because Dave Filoni gets whatever he wants.
Season 10, he goes through these crazy loopholes to like revive Ahsoka, like time travel. Like I think Filoni has really gone a bit too far. Like, I mean, it's Star Wars. All this stuff fits, but I need
Star Wars. I'll let it slide. As
long as it doesn't go crazy. But like, he's been able to balance the whole. Like, it's not even a multiverse, really. Like, it is, but it's
not. It's just
I don't know.
Tiny, whiny
travel.
Closed loop. Ahsoka was always meant to be revived. Come on, just
like.
Are you kidding me?
Because he plans ahead, just like George Lucas and Ezra pulling Ahsoka out. And I just wanted I just want Ahsoka and Anakin just like talk about that. Hey, remember when I was pulled through a portal? And so I don't know. It's just all really, really. Oh, it all fits, but it's also like Star Wars is always so grounded, and it still is, but it's kind of. I trust Filoni to not go crazy with that, I guess, but
Filoni, he does have restraint. He does. Hopefully.
Well,
do you think the MCU has jumped the gun yet?
Well, it's all of this fits into the MCU even more because like comic book craziness, but they've really,
of course, but like for MCU standards,
they've really dropped the ball with a lot lately. Kind of
She-Hulk.
Like I tried, yeah. Like I'll defend. I like the first 2 episodes of She-Hulk, and then the Daredevil episode, like yes, cool. Bro. Daredevil was like, yeah.
Well, why you make it about that? Why you do that? The final episode of She-Hulk is just like, it's the most surface level fourth wall breaking. Like even Deadpool was a little more nuanced than that, but I still don't like Deadpool. But like, okay. Well, let's talk about Deadpool. The first Deadpool, a bit of a slog to get through. It was mostly like gross humor. I don't know. It's just yeah. But the second movie was actual jokes. Actually, it was funny. I love the second one. I still rewatch it.
Second one actually feels like an X-Men movie. Like basically
it feels like a funny movie.
Yeah,
it actually is funny.
That movie is basically a lot of what the X-Men show, the original show, was, and that's why I like it. But Deadpool 1. I've never been a fan of Deadpool overall. I'm still not really a big fan of him.
As a kid, yeah. But I like Nolan North's Deadpool in like Hulk versus Wolverine, the little animated series, show they did. Anime movie. I think the movie did fundamentally change the character to be a little more, I don't know how to describe it. Just like too slapstick, not like...
I feel like
the old Deadpool, he was just like he was the merc with the mouth, not the merc with the ability to spawn cartoons stuff. I don't know.
I feel like the first Deadpool movie has also kind of like caused a lot of the shows and movies now to have like a shock factor, even though they're also based on.
Wasn't The Boys like that?
Isn't The Boys like exactly that? Like that. Every episode is like.
Yeah, probably wouldn't like it
though. Every episode is like extremely gory, and there's
crude
in every episode. And Game of Thrones is basically the same way. Game of Thrones is also like.
Yeah, it's not something for me, honestly.
It's just that fantasy thing to get into. I honestly don't even know why I like The Boys. It's I like.
You can tell I'm a bit conservative in my values.
Yeah, but it's more of it's a fun commentary, and I mean it mocks Marvel and corporations and everything.
Yeah, corporations, sure, but I don't like parodies in general. I don't know, like even like Deadpool, like when he makes fun of stuff, sometimes it can be unprofessional. Like, look, I love the Martha scene in Batman v Superman, and whenever other media pokes fun of it, I'm just like, come on, don't do that. Don't be meta that way.
Just like
okay. Like I think it's a good segue into Spider-Verse.
Spider-Man 3.
Lord and Miller's meta style. It's not provocative in nature, but it's provocative to me. So,
well, they came off
like the first,
Jump Street.
The Jump Street, and that was like mocking TV show tropes, and in the whole sequel to like 22 Jump Street. That was just like the whole film was similar to the first one, just to make the point that, hey, we made a sequel, but it was just like the first because this first one was successful. And I'm just like, you're trying to make a practical joke film.
And then,
I mean, of course, it's for fun. I mean, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Like, that's what I say as an artist. That's me as an artist. I mean, as an audience member, it's like, okay, I'll go with it. But like, they spend so much money on, and effort into something like that, like hey, let's make a whoopee cushion as a movie. I'm like, I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm just saying like, yeah, that's the whole point of the film, but like you could do something better with that money, you know? That costs like millions of dollars.
Well, then the end of the movie really pushed that more, like with the credits, like sequel after sequel.
No, that was funny. No, that was funny, honestly. That was like the best part of the film. That's like, yeah. But you know, with Spider-Verse, look, the very beginning of Into the Spider-Verse, they just started poking fun at like the Spider-Man 3 dance. I know they're not insulting it. They try to do it in a way that's, you know, that tries to appease, you know, Spider-Man 3 fans like us. You know, it's like, hey, he did it. It was ridiculous in universe too, but at the same time, it's like it's too direct.
Like
it's like, why are you referencing it, man? Like,
it doesn't really.
I don't get it.
Like for that,
yeah, it doesn't fit.
Spider-Man, because he's not. Of course, Spider-Man can be like fun and goofy, but Peter B. Parker.
But like they try to frame it as like, you know, hey, this is a mistake I made in life once. So that's a quirky thing I shouldn't have done in life once. Like, oh, come on.
He wasn't even wearing the symbiote in that scene.
He was just in his suit, man. He was just in Spider-Man suit.
He just randomly went in.
But like, I mean, like with No Way Home doing the pointing meme, I'm okay with that because it's not like, hey, we're doing the meme from the 60s series. No, they just point. They just point like naturally, just like that.
Like which Peter are you talking about?
Yeah. But you know, I'm something of a scientist myself. You know, that was, no, don't do that. Don't do that ever again, please.
And then Doc Ock says the power of the sun in the palm of my hand. Like
that makes sense to me.
It does.
That makes sense. They didn't do it for like memes or anything. With the green gobber, that was a meme. I'm just like, don't do that shit.
Now when
it was so obvious too.
Like it reminds me of that clip from RLM's Attack of the Clones video where it's like it zooms in on Jar Jar. Everyone's just sad, and then there's the laugh track, like that.
Yeah. You mean like that's like Marvel pathos in general. But yeah, with the Spider-Verse films, well, just concept alone, the Spider-Verse, Spider-Man, the multiverse,
I mean,
leave that to the 90s show, man.
Yeah, that was, it really fits the character.
It was cool. It was cool as a novelty, not as a mainstream thing. Like as a once in a while novelty, like, hey, look, Spidey with Doc Ock arms. Hey, Spider-Man in silver armor. That was cool. Like, and now Dan Slott, he's just like, oh, I'm going to make some comics. Hey, look, Spider-Gwen.
Spider-Kid.
Imagine Miles Morales. I got Bendis' creation in here. I got a reference to Toby and Andrew. Even though they're not in it, we can't legally do that. Oh. We got Japanese Spider-Man. He's back. That's like the same thing with that's the same thing with Across the Spider-Verse. Like, hey, Spectacular Spider-Man's back.
Hey, you guys want the third season, right? Well, here he is.
Right, here he is.
Now. We're not going to give you a third season, but here's
like
Spectacular.
At least with the first Into the Spider-Verse, just like a few spider people, like sure. Across the Spider-Verse is like a whole ant colony. I'm like, no.
It's like,
oh man, and there's a whole hub too. Like, there's a hub world. It's like VR chat.
And there was a VR Spider Girl, like literally controlling an avatar. It was
what?
Just,
there was
so weird. But like, when the animated series did that, it had a purpose, because like first Madam Web called all those Spider-Man together to
dude. He was like Charlie's Angel, but Spider-Man.
And it was also
she was like the Nick Fury, and it was like Spider Avengers, dude. That was at least that was a calling for it. And of course, the Spider-Man 2099, he's kind of the calling for it. He's like, I'm going to defend the multiverse. I'm like, why is Spider-Man defending the multiverse? Like, why can't it be like is there anyone in Marvel that's more suited for that? Not like akin to how like Flash was, right, in DC, or like, of course DC had the multiversity. They had like the Barack Obama Superman. I don't know his name, Calvin something. I don't know,
or something.
But
I mean, people would.
But they
say,
had the
like,
bunny Superman. Like at least in DC, it was a group of random people. And Spider-Man was Spider-Man, pregnant Spider-Woman. Oh, okay, pregnant Spider-Man. Why is she in battle? Why is she on a motorbike? Don't tell me like she got a spider bite and gave her like a super womb or something. It's like, don't do that. You're pregnant.
I guarantee Miguel was, we see how brutal he is in that movie. It's like, I don't care that you're pregnant. You have to come help us.
I wish she was happy about it. She was like,
this version of Miguel would just rip out the baby probably, and like, there, problem solved, because it's like chasing after Miles. Like, he would do that for like this version, but like the 90s, the show, like I was saying, it brought the Spider-Man together to fight a big threat, but it was also Madam Web rewarding Peter like for listening to her and learning, because she would like intervene in moments during.
What is she, Uncle Ben too?
It was like, yeah, Uncle Ben.
I haven't seen the anime series in a while, or like I just don't remember it. But
basically, X-Men 97 is just basically wrapped that up and like set up hopefully a sequel series, because it all ended with like Peter has to go find the real MJ, because he got like water MJ made by Hydro Man.
What are you talking? What is this? What is the anime series on? Man, I don't know anything.
Goblin, like, it's killing Gwen. Goblin, killed MJ, and then she came back, but it was actually a water version of MJ. It was like that girl.
Did they turn Hydro Man to Clayface or something?
I was about to say that, yeah, like that little girl in the animated series who like Tim Drake starts to like. And it was like, oh, she was Clay the whole time. But now Peter found MJ in the multiverse. So there's just that.
He just plucked her randomly from the multiverse, like taking her away from another Peter? Or
we don't know, like, because like the versions of those characters were in X-Men 97. Like, there was this world ending event that was happening, and it showed everyone. It showed Daredevil, it showed Spider-Man, it showed other characters, Doctor Strange, and then Peter was standing there with MJ, so somehow he got her back, and now we hopefully get a Spider-Man 98 hopefully. Yeah, it was all like, I think with Spider-Verse it's the same thing as like with Star Wars, DC, and the rest of Marvel. Like, something people really thought was, or at least some people thought was like bad or annoying, and then something else comes along that's like worse, and then we start to forgive the other thing. Like games, Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, Marvel's Avengers. Everyone thought Avengers was the worst type of live service game possible. Then Suicide Squad came out, and it has like bare bones and nothing, and now people are starting to forgive Avengers. So that's really been a pattern.
You think we're gonna forgive like the Spider-Verse films? Like, I don't think they're bad. It's just not for us. It's like, I don't know.
I think it's just a bit much. I think first one was at least really restrained and kind of personal, and it really makes stuff like Insomniac's Spider-Man 2 like more enjoyable, because you got to switch between Miles and Peter, and like I've never been. I have the same point of view towards Miles as I do to Deadpool. I'm not really a fan of Miles really too much, but I don't know, I guess the movie.
So I'll say with comic book versions of the characters, I like them. Like, I don't know, my brain kind of switches off when I read comic books, because that's kind of expected of you. Comic books are dumb. So yeah, I like that version of Miles, like, the original Bendis Miles. That's a book I got as a kid too. I read it. I enjoyed that. When he had that like Spider-Man Halloween costume. I don't remember it too much, but I know I remember Iron Man, like Tony Stark. He basically had like the Mark IV from Iron Man 2 in that comic. I'm like, whoa, that's cool. But yeah, I did enjoy reading that as a kid, though. I remember Genki. But the Spider-Verse version of him, He's a good character. He is a good character, but it just gets all bogged down by the whole, hey, look, I'm Peter Parker. Hey, look, I'm a cartoon pig. Hey, look, I'm an anime girl, Peter. I'm Nicolas Cage, Peter. Like, come on, man.
Penny Parker.
They don't even do much. They don't even do much either. Like, they're there. I mean, they're there for like the gimmick,
Yeah, the gimmick.
and then they up the ante with Across the Spider-Verse. Like this Across the Spider-Verse, they had like a really compelling through line with Miles and Gwen's characters, and then it's like, hey, Spider-Verse, here we are. Canon events. I don't know how to describe my feelings about that, other than meta. Like, of course, okay. So with canon events, Spider-Man 2099 is supposed to be, in the wrong about that, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know.
I mean, he has the same point of view. It's basically like Doctor Strange, like especially in No Way Home.
Oh yeah,
the villains. These, if they die. They die.
I like the message, but like, why canon events?
Trying to make up.
What was the message again? It was something about like paving your own destiny or something. Kind of going against I don't know, the orderly nature of things. I haven't really paid attention to the film too much. I just know it. The whole meta nature about it, like, rubbed me the wrong way. But I appreciate what they're trying to do. I'm just like, I don't get like the logistics behind it. Like, does every Spider-Man's like uncle, paternal figure die or something? Like, no tragedy needs to happen. It is almost like a antithesis to like, hey, Peter always has to suffer, in the comics, but like, I just don't like. There are versions of Spider-Man in the multiverse that become Spider-Man without like the uncle dying. Like, isn't that like the new Ultimate Spider-Man as well? Or I don't remember.
I was about to say that it was basically in the Ultimate, like I mentioned before, the new Ultimate comics. Peter doesn't get bit by the spider, so he doesn't become Spider-Man at first, but then basically the villain, who's basically like Miguel, now that I think about it, is like, he doesn't say canon event, but a lot of some of his dialogue is very similar to what 2099.
Yeah, but at least he doesn't say, he doesn't outright say canon event.
Yeah, canon event, and then
it does go against like the orderly nature of things. So look, I can tolerate that, but when they say something meta, I'm just like,
just trying to like, I don't even know who to blame for that. Deadpool or something. I don't know who's touching onto the earlier point of like, who should really protect the multiverse. I know people would say Doctor Strange, but I would say no, because we all know Doctor Strange is really reckless.
He's a part of it
too. So
I mean, he should be a part of it at least, but
like Wong probably.
But in Marvel, I don't know. No, to the top of my mind, I don't know. In DC, they already established, a whole group of them, and I believe Marvel probably did too, but I just don't pay attention. They did, but if anything, the Illuminati from the comics, and of course they do that same thing in Doctor Strange: Multiverse of Madness. So I guess it was an adaptation of that, but from what I remember, the Illuminati in the comics, it was just to get Hulk just to a different planet. But I don't know what else they did.
Minus Iron Man. Tom Cruise's Iron Man, wasn't it? At 0 out of 10.
Oh boy.
Where was Reed Richards in WandaVision? 0.
Oh yeah, Reed Richards. Reed Richards. That's the guy. That's the guy who should protect the multiverse. Yeah. There's the whole Council of Reed, of course. I was like skimming some Ultimate Fantastic Four comics just to see, Greg Land's beautiful art. But no, 616 Reed does appear in them. So yeah, Reed, he's probably like mastered the multiverse basis. I don't know why I said that, but yeah, no, he should be like one of the protectors at least.
That
the Illuminati, hey,
that was
Xavier. I mean, like,
I would use that to segue into a conversation more about the recent Ultimate, but I don't want to spoil. So like,
no. I will read for myself. There's other titles. There's the anime X-Men, manga X-Men, weirdo stuff. I don't know.
I always
I haven't paid attention.
I always consume anything X-Men now.
Yeah.
I there's like a really really weird thing with X-Men for me. I don't know. I really love it. Oh, overall, X-Men is such a I don't know comfort property. I rewatch the X-Men movies a lot. I
was playing X-Men Legends.
Yeah, X-Men Legends and
I played as a kid, you know.
Ultimate Alliance. Those are really.
Oh yeah. Like, I haven't played Ultimate Alliance yet.
I have it on my where's retro my PSP, but like retro. I play Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2 on these, and it's just such like it has the 2000s visuals. It has the constant like rock music. So, and I remember seeing Ultimate Alliance in stores for the Wii when it came out, and also at the same time like Halo 3 being marketed. So I want to go back to that era. But for DC, the Protectors, I like to just view the JSA as the ones who do that. I know they're not
JSA. I don't know. I mean, you know anything about the multiversity, right? Like Grant Morrison's multiversity. You know anything about it at all? Yeah. So yeah, as I said, they had the. I forgot his name. The Barack Obama Superman. It's Superman based off Barack Obama, basically. It's Calvin something.
Oh yeah. Okay, the one like Michael B. Jordan.
So yeah, he was like one of the leaders of that. They got the Captain Carrot, I think his name is. They had other characters. I didn't pay attention too much, but I know they had them. They were like the Illuminati from Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, basically. And that was around like 2014.
Well, that Superman isn't it like Val Zod or
I think so. I think so.
Like, I don't know if it's the Mandela effect, but I'm remembering Val Zod, and then there was another.
I think it was two different. No, yeah, that was two different like African American Supermans. There was one in Earth 2, they called it, and there was the Barack Obama one.
Oh yeah, okay. Now it's coming back. Like there were the.
I think that was Earth 2. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't want to do my research.
There was like the rumors of Michael B. Jordan was going to play like Val Zod or whatever that black Superman, and it was going to be like the Superman of Reeves's Batman universe, or that's what I like.
What? I don't know.
Like I don't know. Like I don't. These were just a lot of rumors, but then there was like the actual conversation that DC wanted to make like a black Superman, but they wanted to race swap Clark Kent. So of course don't do that.
J.J. Abrams. Remember J.J. Abrams Spider-Man?
Remember
I read the whole thing. I read the whole J.J. Abrams Spider-Man comic. It was rough. It was rough.
That he wrote with his son.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Like that is something.
I love J.J. Abrams, man, but that's just, I don't know, man.
He's trying to get into everything.
I got so many delays too. It's just like it was kind of dead on arrival. I don't like speaking ill of my man Abrams, but man, it's just I don't know. He didn't put too much care in that.
I'm actually curious to read it because like I want to know how bad or like how
it was so generic though. It was like something about I don't remember. It was so generic. It's something about big vampire thing, robot alien thing. It was like an alien like wipe out the race. I don't know. It was like almost post-apocalyptic. That's what I vaguely remember. I just know I didn't enjoy it. There was an old Iron Man in there who mentored Peter's son, I think. I don't know.
Like super
I don't remember.
generic, I guess. Like he co-wrote that with his son, I guess. So I'm gonna guess his son came up with most of those ideas.
Oh yeah, JJ's son Henry Abrams. Yeah, he wrote that.
So it makes
Hey,
sense.
he's lucky to have freaking get a job like that. You know, JJ Abrams' daughter Gracie Abrams is a musician. She's a singer. Yeah, her music's pretty good. You probably won't get into it. Just like it's almost like like pop song-ish, but I like it.
I could see it.
I always like I showed someone I showed her like her songs to some people, and I'm like, hey, this Gracie's father, he directed Star Wars, and they're like, what? So yeah, I always like doing that.
I think Guns.
I have a J.J. Abrams pop.
Oh
yeah, remember my J.J. Abrams Funko Pops?
I have or me. Me.
Dude, I have mine's upstairs right now.
I'm just gonna.
Dude, remember when how mine's arrived with his freaking neck?
Oh, this one was the same way. It was like.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that's poor service on Funko's part, but I'm not complaining. I got a Funko Pop version of me, overpriced, but hey, it's me.
Well, now they have Deadpool and Wolverine outfits, so you can make your pop again.
Wait, really?
Like, yeah.
Oh, snap. Oh, yeah. No, that's that's San Diego Comic-Con only though.
Exclusive?
Yeah. You can only do that in person over there.
So
yeah, I remember.
So you have to go to the booth. And I guess
yeah,
inconvenient.
But honestly, just take like one of the pops and just like
get a Wolverine Deadpool one. Put it on.
Let's talk about Deadpool and Wolverine. I'm excited for it. Yeah.
Oh, I am too.
It looks like the same humor from Deadpool 2, probably with some more gross humor added into it, but still, it was more like Deadpool 2 to me. The director Sean Levy, he directed Free Guy.
The reference.
Adam Project.
Here's Captain America.
The reference to the Reddit.
There's a lightsaber.
Captain America shoots a lightsaber. Here's Chris Evans cameo. Big buff CGI Ryan Reynolds. I didn't watch it. I don't know what I don't know.
I got like 2 minutes into it. I think that's what Ryan.
Ray's mom is in it. Jodie Comer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was Ray's mom.
She was also in Mando season 3.
Was she?
Or Mando season 2. As a kid in the class. In that little girl with the 3 brains at the back. That's Ray's mom. I think that's official.
Yeah, but no, we were talking about this regarding Wolverine. So, okay. Man, we went way off topic. Well, we're talking about the film industry, but you see Wolverine in the Deadpool and Wolverine trailer. Hugh Jackman, he doesn't sweat anymore. He's just skin. His skin's kind of gray, in the concrete, clean, digital sense. Remember in X-Men Origins Wolverine? He's just drenched, dude. He's just
I think he's actually developed the healing factor now.
Sweat.
He just does it you see a little drop and then it just goes away.
Evaporates. Global warming.
Oh, doesn't it?
Okay, but that's the trend with modern films. It's all digital. It's all, and how films look so gray now. I'm not saying the companies are incompetent. They don't know how to color grade. It's just the trend to make everything gray, digital, or commercial. The worst instance of this was the tail end of phase 3 of the MCU, Ant-Man the Wasp, Avengers Endgame. Surprisingly, Infinity War had color, except for the Earth scenes. That's all gray. So I guess they're trying to mimic how real life look.
Well, Infinity War did from if I remember correctly, cover a wider variety of planets than Endgame.
Of course it did.
Yeah.
But on Earth, it was just concrete. And I mean, like, yeah, Earth is concrete, but I don't know.
I mean,
But Black Panther was pretty vibrant.
I love Wakanda in general. I think it's my favorite like Marvel location.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Here's the thing about like the newer films too. Too high tech. Like, you know, my favorite comic book run is the Black Panther Christopher Priest run, and the Wakanda in there. That's the one I really resonate with. And seeing the one in the MCU is just all tech, like very like nanotech, lasers, like Michael Bay ships. I'm like, I don't know, man.
I had a gripe with that in No Way Home, and then I kind of accepted it later. Like, okay, it's actually, I kind of like this, that like Raimi Norman and Raimi Octavius actually were studying nanotech, and then in Spider-Man, Peter actually wrote a paper on nanotech.
Yeah.
So like, okay, fine.
Although they're probably talking about it like in the medical sense though.
Yeah.
Like I was watching Arrow. There was an episode where like Ray Palmer, he was freaking dying and stuff. He had like a blood clot in his brain. So Felicity like injects him with nanotech and the blood clot goes away. That's what I think what the Raimi films were doing, like in terms of nanotech.
I think so. I think that really fits that universe the most. But it's really
over. Not like, you know, let's make a super suit with it.
Like even
but no, in No Way Home, at least, you know, it was just the Iron Spider suit and the armor on, you know, Holland Spider-Man's suit. It wasn't, you know, too much. And I don't know. It was restrained, you know, for Spider-Man sensibilities, of course. But yeah, like look, nanotech could have been cool if the VFX were better.
Yeah, I think what I'm really afraid is like even Daredevil is going to start getting nanotech, like because like now it's officially back in the MCU. So if they start,
I think No Way Home was a statement that street heroes shouldn't have nanotech.
Hopefully not, especially because it ends with Peter finally getting like the classic Scott Johnson suit. But like I just feel like,
it's more like John Romita, really, but
yeah.
But the blue is very Scott Johnson. You know?
Well, like the eyes and just proportions, of course, that's not really Scott Johnson, but I think it was a good blend. But then,
it is.
Like, well, the
spider logo is really
the suit.
Dude, I love the spider logo. It's, you know, the elongated arms and legs on the logo. The squarish spider logo. It was cool on the Homecoming suit. When it went to Far From Home, I think it could have been a little bit bigger. You know, with the black, like the black, you know, replacing the blue. I think I don't know, just aesthetically, it could have been a little bit better. But I think it works on the Homecoming suit very well because the Homecoming suit had more like the black lines, you know, in between the blues and reds, and it just fits more.
I mean, like
I liked it.
I understand it fits like the MCU and Stark suit, sure, but like
I really like it.
Modern super suit now has those stupid like pointless
extra
lines. Superman suit.
You know what? Yeah, the worst MCU suit is like, or the Ant-Man Quantumania suits to me. Like, boy, don't do that.
Over designed and like
over designed. I like Thor's Love and Thunder, like gold armor. I like it. He's over designed, but I like it. So there's that.
I think the stuff like
it's aesthetically pleasing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think stuff like the spider logo. I'm more forgiving of like a smaller spider logo than like a small bat symbol. It depends. Like I like the classic small bat symbol, but it really only fits like on the classic gray suit, or like it blends. Like spider suit. Like Peter's not trying to be really intimidating, but I've always loved like a bigger spider logo because, from my opinion, I think Spider-Man can actually be a more intimidating character than Batman because like you can't see any like skin.
He crawls on walls like a spider.
He shoots webs and
like you see the interrogation scenes in like the Spider-Man PS4 game. Like That's eerie. That's creepy. That's the creepy, crawly human.
And even like
there was this episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. What's the neighbor's name? I don't know. Like the guy in the tank top. He was like crawling on the ceiling. It was creepy.
I gotta. Well, I guess rewatch that at this point. But like, I think with the bat symbol, I've expressed this a lot, but I hate the Dark Knight suit. It's just so,
I mean, yeah,
like it's practical for the uses, but like it is, but it's also not. Like, yes, he can move his head better, but it's like heavy.
That was a time where okay, so like since 9/11, you know, culture just wants to take superheroes very seriously.
Yeah.
Of course, the Raimi film, it was pretty much filmed prior to that, but you know, we have like, the Dark Knight. It's just more cynical, more politically charged. Spider-Man 2 still retains the whole like, you know, lightheartedness. Spider-Man 3, that's just like religious, edgy 2000s. And that's why I like it so much, because that's what defined my childhood. Oh, Daredevil 2003, that's a masterpiece right there.
Oh, I'm just gonna watch that tonight. I know it's like extremely like visually religious, like Daredevil in general
so
is like
good,
that.
Dude.
But like the Dark Knight suit, well, aside from the tone, the small bat symbol just blends in so much that you can barely see it, and I understand like the whole bulletproof nature and everything, but I think it's just so over designed. But I like it, as a figure. I'm directing to the figure that no one can see.
You have the Hot Toys, right?
Yeah,
bring it in, man.
Dark Knight Rises.
Do you have it?
Like, okay, fine, I'll analyze it.
I have a few Dark Knight Batman figures. I have the dude, that looks good, dude. That looks cool.
Like, that's what I was saying. Like, I hate how it looks in the movie. Honestly,
yeah, dude, he was like very lanky.
It's not
even in the Arcanite skin too. He's like pretty lanky.
Game, yeah. I don't blame the suit. I think I blame Nolan because those films were mainly set during the daytime. We actually rarely see them being at night, so it's like you can see like the hard shadows make this look pretty good.
He should have lit it better. Like Nolan's so practical and stuff.
It's like when it's only like in this type of light, it's like
just like it kind of loses. Yeah, it loses its charm.
It's the shadow.
Remember the Bane fight? You know.
Oh yeah, like
that's like
makes him look so derpy too. I don't know, like his Batman. Like,
but do you like the suit? Like, you just don't like it where the setting is put in.
I
like the suit. I mean,
like I love the suit. Like,
I grew up with it a bit, you know.
Lighting.
But like, I do have I have a Dark Knight. Remember sprue kits? Like they were like the American like model kits that Bandai produced back in 2015.
I've definitely heard the name. If I see it, I know I'll remember it.
Like the boxes were like you know, I don't know. But yeah, I do have the Dark Knight Batman from it. Yeah, you can look it up. Sprue kits. It's SPRU KIT. Yeah. So.
Oh, first one that pops up is Master Chief.
Yeah.
Here's the Dark Knight one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's the small Dark Knight one. It's a smaller one. It's like the $10 one. Or I think $15. I don't know. No, the $10 ones, they're not really articulated. I think mine was like the $20 one.
So I feel like that's what Lego is trying to mimic now with their big Lego.
Oh, the buildables? No, definitely not.
I didn't grow up on the. Actually, not. I'm getting this feeling like this unlocked a core memory because I'm now like having a Mandela effect. Like I know I've had one of those kits. Probably, but I had the I think it was Mega Bloks, like the Venom with the magnets, and
I have that. I had that, dude.
I played with it so much.
Yeah, me too. I remember I got that when I was visiting family in Texas. I got it at Ross. Actually, I got the Dark Knight sprue kit at Ross too.
I got mine at
Ross, where everything like gets unsold, like everything unsold just goes to. Yeah,
I don't think
Ross is like the equivalent to a landfill.
Landfill. Well, we have a store called Winners, and I don't know if we have Ross here in Canada,
but is it like is it a discount store? Is it like a liquidation store?
Well, it's like
they just
clothing, and there's one small aisle for toys. And that's where I got some of my Clone Wars figures. Like,
yeah, okay, I guess it kind of is like that.
Like,
I have to look at the interior of it, but yeah, so it's just basically like overstock from companies or retailers. They just go there.
Mainly clothing, but there's like it's overstocked with like clothes,
like
snacks.
But is it like unwanted toys? Like, because I got remember Tala Durith? Her Funko Pop never sold, but so I went to Ross and I got it there for like $5.
And her Lego minifigure with the wrong hair.
I also got the guy who auditioned for. He's the black dude. He auditioned for a character. Oh yeah, he auditioned for Lando. In Solo.
Oh wait, not Donald Glover. He was
no. The guy who was it. Yeah, but I have a Funko Pop of that guy.
I forget.
He was on the. He was in like Tala's, rebellion group.
Oh, okay. So, what's his name? Ice Cube's son.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. I have him.
Ice Cube's son. Yeah. Okay. I remember.
I bet you.
I didn't even know they actually made a figure of him at all.
Yeah, they made a Funko Pop, so I got it.
So see, Funko.
Dude, they make everyone, man.
Funko's making the figures that others won't. Like Hasbro, where's Obi-Wan, Luke, and Leia?
Oh yeah,
kids. They do.
Hey, remember when this podcast was about film industry? Let's just talk about what we want.
Well, that was like one discussion. Well, okay, we can. We're
talking about modern like entertainment. So let's talk about collectibles. McFarlane Toys is the best.
For like,
let's just say that just right out the gate.
Yeah, they have the most variety. Like like the whole this. I'm actually going to tie this into religion. I just like with like religion, how I love the like lore and all the stories. That's a big reason why I love DC, because DC more than Marvel really expands on all the new gods, old gods, and Orion,
the multiverse.
Dark Side.
The more multiverse. They're more multiverse centric than Marvel is.
So McFarlane's line is basically all that. Like they have the main core characters, but they also have these obscure characters that not everyone will know about, and just the molds and everything are generally a lot better than what Hasbro is doing. And
it's funny that you say that McFarlane has more variety, but initially they just people just didn't like how he does so many Batmans.
Yeah. I think,
but now they finally have they finally have like the classic Wonder Woman, Sinestro, classic Green Lantern that isn't a repaint of Jon Stewart. They're really expanding, and I love that. They have the Manhunter, they have Max Mercury, Sportsmaster. Oh my god! When will they make a comic mirror? Like yesterday, I just bought a Kyle Rayner and a Ocean Master figure. Those are so cool.
I want a Guy Gardner.
Oh yeah, dude.
Not James Gunn, Guy Gardner, but like.
You want to talk about Superman? You want to talk about Superman?
Like the figure. I want to have comic accurate figures before I get the license.
No. I want to get like McFarlane's, Super Gun. Let's just call him Super Gun. Let's just do it.
Super Gun.
Yeah, Super Gun. I don't want to talk about too much speculation, but cautiously optimistic. James Gunn's work in general is just like it's limited. Like it's enjoyable, but just limited in scope. Like it goes into the whole religion thing again. Like Gunn's sensibilities are a little bit secular. It's not like it's limited. That's the best way you can put it. It's just the whole emotional crux of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 was yay, I made friends. Oh no, my friends just died. Wow. Yay. That's literally
animal friends. Cyborg.
Oh my god. I'm sorry for making fun of James Gunn, but Jesus Christ.
I feel like a lot of movies recently.
I think he would do Superman justice. Like he will take Superman seriously. Of course he will. But like when you look at his past works, I just don't know. Like Suicide Squad is just
since
gross humor. Harley Quinn gets a weird character thing. I don't know what the hell he was doing with Harley Quinn. I don't understand that.
I mean, Peacemaker is also like, I guess, some gross humor, but it fits. But from the moment Superman Legacy, which is no longer Superman Legacy, was announced.
Yeah, it's just super
like live action Superman Man of Tomorrow, basically.
Oh yeah, the movie.
Like
yeah, I mean, it kind of comes out that way.
Like with
just from the set photos. Just don't do too much speculation, but
so far from the set photos, it looks like it's setting up the Justice League already or something. But
oh man!
But
I remember when everybody complained like Batman v Superman was doing.
Now this is like
and then people are probably going to defend James Gunn for doing more naturally. And look, I believe that he probably will do it more naturally instead of like emails from LexCorp
and Lex Luthor's graphic designers making logos for all he has the best. I have the best graphic designers from Metropolis on their way. Right.
No, I think it works. Like when you view Batman v Superman as, part like the second part of a Justice League trilogy, it works, of course. A little bit, fast forwarding, but it works.
Well, I don't.
Supergun is like they really just like throwing you into the world already.
Well,
and
I
can tolerate that. Like people want, hey, let's have single films and combine them to team up. That's a little bit slow, especially with me. Like I have ADHD. I don't have the patience for that. So with Supergun, it makes us just, right into the world.
Well, I don't blame like Snyder or Terrio for like the rush stuff. I blame DC and WB because that was like 2016 and 2014 to 2016. Yeah, like pretty much still hot off the Avengers and Guardians, and they're just trying to catch up, and that's where really
Suicide Squad. They turned Suicide Squad into Guardians.
It's
they tried to at least.
It's such a mess. Like I feel like Gunn's universe is actually starting to feel like more like new gods and old gods, like those actually
honestly honestly I do blame Warner Brothers, but I can sympathize with how they want to make money, of course, but what they did in a rushed manner. Sure, like did some delays, actual careful planning, but they're really like desperate for that money at the time. And they're really scummy about it too, of course. But
the thing is, they keep making those same poor decisions. They cancel like Swamp Thing. It was actually doing really well, and they canceled it before they got a season 2. They canceled. I don't remember if it was New. Yeah, it was New Gods, right? Like there was a script and everything.
Oh yeah.
They canceled that. In games, they like Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. They made it how it is, and of course, you could say that was actually being developed right after Arkham Knight, hot off of the Suicide Squad movie, which they also interfered with. And then interfered with Zack Snyder, with like BVS, and then Justice League. But even now, after Suicide Squad failed, they're like, you know what? We're going to keep making live service games like this. We're going to focus on mobile because that's what brings.
Is it like a financial gain with that?
It's supposed to be.
Of course.
It's like you release the game before it's finished, and then you just add more content, but there's just nothing to do in the game. And all of the cutscenes, like basically every time you finish a mission, the screen goes black. You get a stat screen, and then you get like an Injustice 2 character pose, and then it goes to a story cutscene. So there's all that in between, and now they've announced like Mrs. Freeze, so Nora Freeze
is Nora? Well, hey, that's actually kind of a cool idea, but
like
in that game, I don't know.
No, she's like. like we're supposed to get a playable Deathstroke too. Like there's just
What?
some
Really?
the game is already
I haven't been paying attention. No.
the game died
Sounds
on
cool.
release, but yeah, off topic
Yogi
again,
Bear
but, like,
remix.
I have faith in Gunn, but everything is just such a mess, and I don't think he's really doing the universe any more
Hasn't even
favors
started,
by like confusing audiences more by like saying,
Well, of
okay,
course,
this is
confusing.
not like, sure, the Batman, okay, it doesn't fit with the tone. You can, sure, it's his own Elseworlds thing, but like he's retconning his own thing, like saying, okay, no, actually, Peacemaker season 1 is not canon anymore. Season 2 is going to be like season 1, but
Yeah, still a mess.
because Zack Snyder's Justice League at the end, that's not canon anymore. But Aquaman at the end of Flash, that is canon. So
Whoa.
stuff like that, and
I
just
don't know.
being really confusing. But stuff with the Batman, I love it as, like we've talked about this before, cinematography real, and I love how
it is.
gritty it is, and it's really super.
Dude, I study it, dude.
Immersive, but like the mystery aspect is really, at least from my opinion, bad, because like this is difficulty with comic book stuff and trying to make a mystery. When you have these iconic villains in, everyone's gonna already know, okay, this villain did it. There's not really a mystery. So like knowing Riddler was behind everything, and just I don't know, there was not really much of a mystery. And then you watch something like
wasn't Falcone like the actual mystery?
Falcone, but then just who did the murders? Like Falcone, sure, the twist was fine, but I think the movie could have really been just stronger on that end. And then
was there emphasis on the mystery aspect? I don't.
It's like touted as a detective movie, and sure it is.
Well, that's not, yeah, but don't let like news articles influence you. Just like, so what is in the film? Like, does it really indicate that way?
Well, just following Batman, and he doesn't know who did anything. He doesn't know, like, of course, who the Riddler is yet. He doesn't know if he's even been, like, who's actually been committing the murders. But we as the audience know it's the Riddler.
Oh, okay.
We've seen him. Like, so I mean, that's just the point.
Yeah, I see what you mean now.
I can't get immersed into a mystery movie when I know who did it, and it's like the character doesn't know, but I know exactly who did. Like, we've seen the Riddler, Batman hasn't seen him.
Oh yeah, so like in the film Zodiac, I don't think, you don't get to see the killer, like the actual Zodiac killer. I haven't finished the whole film. I don't know if you actually get to see him at all, but yeah, it's just a whole, like, it was a mystery of who's leaving these clues? Who is this person?
I mean, just like
that's a different context, though. That's a different context, but still, like, it would have been cool. Like, you just did not see how the Riddler looked until like the end, and it would have been a cool reveal. Like, what if the trailers just never showed Riddler? It's just like the whole cards and stuff. You don't get to see his serial killer look. That would have been cool, man.
That's another big
leave the suspense. Yeah.
Problem with like modern comic book movies. They blow their load early. Like they spoil things in the trailer. Like, remember the 4-minute BVS trailer? And
no, I don't remember
the third one. It was like,
oh yeah, Doomsday, right?
Spoiled, yeah, Doomsday. Superman and Batman are not fighting anymore, and Wonder Woman's there. They're all friends.
Oh yeah.
And
they were originally going to do that with like the No Way Home trailers, and then everything keeps getting leaked, and it's like, screw it.
Marvel doesn't seem like Marvel does safeguard their secrets really well, but then Star Wars,
they can get sued for that.
There's stuff like
with all the misleading trailers.
Well, WB, I guess, does that way more. I think WB actually lies in their trailers, and I guess Sony does too for their separate universe. But Marvel itself, I think it's just a product of reshoots. I don't think they really lie much. Rogue One, Hulk. Like, remember the Infinity War trailer, the final shot? Like, Hulk is, I guess.
That was deliberate. That was like deliberate marketing, like deception. I don't know why.
Well, I guess it's like,
I mean, for trailer shot, but Rogue One, that was just reshoots. Well, other than the TIE fighter, like coming up like in front of Jin, that was made for the trailer specifically.
The whole ending of them like running across the beach and already having the plans, and then, but Gareth Edwards, I think, actually
that was reshoots.
said like Krennic standing there and then walking across the beach, stuff like that was just made for the promotional material. But really? Like I love Rogue One as it is, but it's just really funny how we haven't had any. It
was a very convoluted, like it was a convoluted version of ending. They went like back and forth, so they just simplified it. That's
I don't know why Lucasfilm is withholding deleted scenes though. Like from Rogue One, Rise of Skywalker, we have nothing.
Oh, Rise of Skywalker especially.
No deleted scenes at all.
Like Rogue One, I mean Rogue One, when you reshoot it, you don't really need to. Like it's just like it's like convoluted version of the films. You don't really need it.
Even with Rise of Skywalker, I guess we did get a bit like the Eye of Webbish Bog. We saw Mustafar
in the comics,
and also actual set photo of Kylo. And Hux and Pride on Mustafar. Like, there's clearly going to be an extended version. Like, the beginning, as cool as it is, it was very, very rushed.
Yep. Like, I think they did not release deleted scenes because it's this whole J.J. Abrams thing of preserving the magic of the film. Yeah, and with Rian Johnson, he's just like, deleted scene this, deleted scene that. Hey, here's the isolated score.
14 deleted scenes. Like, here's the black and white version. No, well, here's the score. I don't know any other movie prior to Last Jedi and since it have released like a score only version.
Yeah, and me neither. And then Dial Destiny did it. I think with Dial Destiny is more is like it fits better because you know how Indiana Jones is like the silent film type thing.
Yeah.
Although it's modern Indiana Jones, but yeah, the music in Dial Destiny is pretty good. Last Jedi is varied too as well. It's really good in Last Jedi. People complain about the Rise of Skywalker one. That one you have to get used to a bit, but it definitely isn't as diverse as the prequels. But
I think the score is the best part of the sequel trilogy. Like I love ever since The Force Awakens, all the score has been really iconic.
Oh yeah,
like Rey's theme and March of the Resistance, then Last Jedi. I think it has the weakest.
Last Jedi is I think Last Jedi is the best one, honestly.
Like with the score.
Like remember like the Praetorian Guard fight song? It has its own track in the soundtrack. It sounds so good. The spark, like the rebellion, the end of the film, like that climax was great. That was so good. Yeah, I think Last Jedi is the most diverse one, I would say.
And then the Rise.
I think I prefer like Rise of Skywalker, but that's like it's just because I have a very huge emotional attachment to that film.
And the score at the beginning was honestly really great, like with Kylo flying through the maelstrom, to get to Exegol.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and then Rey training. I love that track. Like, Rey running through the training course. It's always the unreleased tracks that people have to rip from the movie.
The best track of the film was when like Kylo was fighting the Knights of Ren and Rey was fighting the what were they called again?
They had like this Mando helmet but it was designed like a stormtrooper. Like
it was designed almost like the tank troopers from Rogue One.
It's like Moff.
They were called something, I don't know. They were from the EU. They just repurposed the name.
Well, I think the best comparison is Moff Gideon's Praetorian Guards.
Yeah, kind of.
Like the design.
Yeah, kind of, actually. They had the cloaks.
Yeah.
Like almost cloak type.
Color scheme. And also like the Mando inspired helmets, while the Praetorian Guards were just completely covered. Of course, I think the Praetorian Guard designs are the most samurai type of design we've seen. Kind of.
Yeah, it is.
Really enclosed
Dude,
face.
it looks so sleek. It's so good. Like, okay, out of the 3 designs, which one is your favorite? Like from the Mando ones, the Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker.
I think
Last Jedi, honestly.
I think it's actually, but yeah, it's a difficult decision. The Rise of Skywalker guards all had different designs, if I remember. Like they didn't all.
No, they were the same. They were all the same. You barely see them, but in the the visual dictionary, it is the same. All of them are the same.
I think
they have this Halo gun looking thing.
Yeah, it's true. I think probably Moff Gideon's.
They look like the brute guns. Yeah, with the little blades.
Oh, what are those? Brute. Well, or like the no, not the hammer.
Not the hammer. Yeah, it was like it had the little knife on the end, but bigger, just like a rifle, kind of. Yeah, a curved knife thing.
Curved knife. I guess I could see that inspiration. And that's going to put me on another tangent. Spartans are basically Mandalorians.
Okay.
But they like predate Mandalorians. I don't know about the EU novels, but like Spartans, they're kind of really isolated from everything and their emotions, and they mostly keep their helmets on. And I've always seen them like Mandalorians. So that's my.
I don't know too much about Halo. I played the games, but I kind of sleepwalked through like the story. I don't know.
I don't think anyone. I mean, of course, people do play it for the story as well, but it's mainly just for the vibe.
Yeah.
2000s vibe.
Oh yeah.
Like the liminal horrors from the.
Oh, dude, dude. Like, let's talk about liminal horror in video games. Grass fields, especially like the vibrant grass. I don't know. So there's this map in Simpsons Road Rage. It's just so 2000s, and you just like take out all the NPC. It's something so nostalgic about it.
Same with Shrek kart racing.
Oh really?
I grew up on that.
Dude, you have to replicate that stuff. Like you have to replicate that stuff for like the games we're making.
Those. Well, Halo is the biggest inspiration for that. Like there's of course like Silent Hill and Resident Evil, but even Hitman, but like the layout. But Halo, I find myself often just going into empty multiplayer maps and just exploring,
just immerse yourself.
Eerie and so foggy, but it's also like depressing because
foggy, dude.
Foggy.
So okay, that's basically what I want our game, the Enchanting Terry, to be. It's just like this foggy, mystical land, with just grass fields. It's like it's supposed to be like a creepypasta liminal game. And of course, the whole like context of the Enchanted Terry is that you're alone. You're all in your mind. I hope that it goes well.
Like a dream.
In execution. Yeah, like a dream. It's supposed to be a dream. Yeah, of course.
I've actually.
It's so surreal.
That's something I've wanted to see more in like games and animation in general.
Well, we're going to do it. We're going to do it.
Dream like where. It really works for games the most as well because you kind of question everything.
I recommend you to watch Synecdoche, New York, because that film is just like it's schizophrenic in a sense. It's very dreamlike. Nothing makes sense. It's like one of those interpret the paint painted work yourself like in a museum type thing. It's like you take what you take from it. I'll send you like a link to it, but that is one of my favorite films.
That reminds me of other things like Adult Swim. There's this one animation on Adult Swim called Opal.
Oh,
I don't know if you've ever. It's called Opal. So like OPAL. It's about this. It's really like surrealist, and this girl who's living in abusive environment who is abused by her parents and grandmother. And like you see everything from her distorted point of view, and like they are saying really disturbing things to her, but she sees them smiling and happy, like comparison Moon Knight, like whichever personality was the one that suppressed like the commerce personality, like that suppressed Moon Knight's mind when he was being abused like by his mom. It's basically like that.
Oh yeah.
Created a separate like world and personality for himself because like to pretend everything's okay and to take the beatings. It's like that. And there's another one, not Adult Swim. There's a live action one from the 80s called I don't remember. It's something with cannibal. It's like it's this female director who makes this really liminal 80s like short film about like a lady being followed by this guy wearing an animal mask, and it's actually based on a true story because the woman, so the director's friend had a boyfriend who was actually a cannibal who would kill his girlfriends and do what cannibals do. So
hella gnarly, dude.
So she inspired that, like that was her inspiration. So there's like those two things. Steam has a lot of like liminal games. There's a popular one now called Pools. So you're just exploring this liminal pool area and you have to find your way out. Roblox has a lot of those types of maps.
Oh yeah, dude, that's the one thing I think about, like when it comes to liminal. Although it's a little bit too like blocky and stylized.
Yeah.
But no, they used to have this map, like it's just green hills and stuff, and I just love like walking through it. I made a Ninja Turtles game out of it once. But yeah.
It's like the window.
And there was like this one house in the middle of nowhere. And honestly, that's pretty much like how the Enchanting Terry is, just like very isolated, just one house in the middle of nowhere, foggy area.
That's also exactly like a Roblox map I actually played like a couple months ago. It starts in this like typical liminal, like not asylum, but just a maze of like walls and things you have to get out, and you're being chased by T-posing Shrek characters.
Bro, what?
It's like they're just chasing you. It becomes scary because you have to find your way out. You have to follow the arrows, and then there's like 4 T-posing Shreks hovering towards you.
Okay.
Gingerbread Man. And then once you get out of there, you're in this green hills area with a few houses, and you have to find a key, and then
interesting.
It goes on, and then there's an actual like demon, and I don't remember the name of the map, but yeah, that's what Roblox is.
You know about that creepypasta Cursed Cowley Dog PS1 game?
Yeah,
from like a couple years back. Yeah, I like looking at that sometimes. They're still working on it. I think it's just like in development hell right now, but they're still gonna finish more of it. Like I don't know. I haven't seen anything new from it. I'm in the Discord server for that, but they didn't really talk much.
I've seen YouTubers cover it. There's one YouTuber I watch. Well, I've shown him to you. Some Ordinary Gamers.
I don't like him too much, but yeah. I don't know. It's just like
he covers a lot of like long deep web stuff. He makes like 45-minute, hour plus deep web videos.
Remember his Arkham Reddit video, subreddit video?
He makes more of those now. It's like man.
Yeah, but no, deep web stuff, that's interesting. But still on the topic of games, I was thinking about something. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, you know Catastrophe Crow 64.
I should. I know I do.
Look into it.
It's
like about this guy, like, of course it's like alternate reality game ARG. basically like in real life, this guy lost his daughter or something, and he just like coded his grief into the game. So you see like so much like some messed up imagery, like you see like the like daughter crow die or something. I have to look into it all again. I have it in my watch list again, Catastrophe Crow, but Nightmind, you know that channel? He made a video on it, so you should watch that one.
I see it here. And the game theorists, of course.
No, don't watch that.
No, yeah, I see. Oh man, yeah,
it's very interesting.
Look into this.
A lot of lore. Yeah, that's the thing about like ARGs. There's so much like lore, to lure you in and just dissect. I think it's a little bit too convoluted for me personally. I just like to be more straightforward, still complex, like in the psychological sense, but it gets all technical with like, hey, decode these numbers to get this message to lead you here. It's like, that's
exactly what the deep web is. It's hard for me to explain like these 45-minute, hour plus videos, but if you watch any of them, basically it's exactly like those. You get into these weird like cult type websites, and then there's an actual personal story behind them, like of a murder or something or loss, and you have to decode these. Some of them are actually games. A lot of them deal with religion. It's like these people trying to make their own religion, cults to get away from like technology.
Yeah, I've been trying to create like a cult for our like Blue Jacket content. I think Volmarian cult, the cult of Volmar. It's just like very satanic. So I've been trying to look into some of that. Like recently, I've been watching like a police officer talk about his experience stopping like a satanic cult. So I'm doing a lot of research on that.
Classic satanic cults. Roblox has a lot of cults.
Oh yeah,
Roblox had a cannibal.
I think. So back in my Roblox days, I used to like engage with these type of, I don't know. Back in I was kind of popular back in the day in Roblox. I used to be part of these crowds. I think I was involved with halting on these. I don't remember. It's been a long time. It's like 10 years ago.
Yeah, that what you were just saying about Roblox reminded me of my Roblox days, which is more than 10 years ago. This was during the Clone Wars Adventures days. I was
that was the same time too for me,
like 2008.
Clone Wars Adventures came out after 2008. That was like 2010 and 11.
Last time I played Roblox, before like a few months ago, was grade 2, and
you should send me your profile.
I think I will, yeah. There was.
I used to make costumes and stuff.
I used to try that in Minecraft, but basically, in Roblox.
Good thing I never played it.
Like there was this resort map, like with like houses and stuff, and I believed someone wanted to marry me or something. It was just really weird. I don't know. I was really like
Roblox dating.
Yeah, something like this dangerous type of stuff that happens that like kids are still vulnerable to now. Like,
oh man, we were talking about like that type of stuff.
I was like, let's get married, and then I followed them around, and we sat on a couch in Roblox, and Halo was on the TV, and but like something happened, and like they just disconnected from the server, and I felt like I was abandoned. And then and the same thing happened in Clone Wars Adventures. So there's that. Yeah, those were the.
How do we get to this from talking about the film industry? Like liminal space. Yeah, that's what. Hell. Oh no, man. Let's keep going though.
And another, Vivian, Lyra Blair, she was actually talking about how she had a Roblox. She still does, but she had a Roblox and it was hacked. Like, so I had that same experience right at that time. I was playing some like survival game and like shooting arrows, and then I was like, I lost control of my character and I started seeing messages. Like, this is still like 2009, 2010.
Oh boy.
So I don't even know how that happened, but
wait, hold on. I told you I saw Vivian Blair in person, right?
Yeah,
back in November 2023 at San Fran. I didn't get to talk to her. I think she was like busy, talking to her like Guardian. But yeah, the Arrow
and Mark Hamill as well.
Yeah, I saw Mark Hamill. Like I saw him live. Yeah, I recorded some of it.
You didn't pay his
I didn't have to pay. I worked there.
$699 to get a photo with him.
Was it? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, there was that. Totally worth it.
Okay. Oh yes.
It's like 800.
At GalaxyCon, I requested to be a comic creator handler, so I want to meet like Dan Jurgens, Christopher Priest. Dude, imagine people listening to us and just like, what are you talking about?
Like a tangent. I was in the comic like artist alley, like in Toronto Comic Con, but it was like maybe there's more to do at GalaxyCon for that, but I was just it's not huge lines, so it's not really a lot to do. I just do autographs usually, and
this is like the most PhD podcast ever.
Yeah. We go from film industry to
what were you saying about Roblox? You were shooting an arrow.
Oh, it was
like you were Green Arrow.
Green Arrow. I was just it was a survival game, and then I suddenly got.
Oh, so you were on the island like Oliver Queen.
Island, yeah. It was certain. It wasn't like the island that everyone.
We on you. That's what it was.
Then I just lost control of my character. I don't even know how.
Well, you were possessed by robots.
There was I also
the human brain of Roblox.
Yeah, and so that was game.
I don't know. It just lagged, right?
2000s. I think so. I don't even remember exactly, but I think like probably for a second or like 2 seconds it lagged, and then I remember like I can't control the character. What's happening? So there's that.
Dude, so involuntary possession. Okay,
involuntary.
Let's add that to the list of how we're going to make the best creepypasta game out there. For the enchanted Terry.
Liminal creepypasta. A lot of those games are now like popular. So
let's have like a whole like list of notes for that. I really want to make like the ultimate liminal space game. And of course, featuring like the fetus serial killer.
Well, that makes you think. That actually makes me think of like having a giant fetus, like that's controlling everything. I don't know. I'm imagining like a queen, like instead of the alien queen or something, it's just like a giant fetus,
like in Earthbound.
I think yeah. Earthbound has its own cult too.
No, Earthbound has like a fetus you fight.
No, I mean like Cult of Fires, but
really?
Well, yeah,
really?
Like giant fetus, and it's like umbilical cord, and like this really fits like a side scroller. Like there's two games called Little Nightmares and Limbo.
Wait, what was that one side scroller that was featuring like the young girl? It had like the shy guy Scream looking character.
Is it recent or
I don't know, like oh man. Dude, that game was eerie. Like side scroller.
Like Limbo and Little Nightmares are also really, really eerie. But they have this like kind of third person perspective as well, because you have full control over your character, but it's always from the side point of view. So I really like those types of games. Yeah.
Fetus killer in the liminal space. Like my idea was like he lives in the basement of like Terry's house, and he's just all pitch black in there. The water is black. It's like flooded on kind of like like amniotic fluid inside the womb. Like it's all black though. It's like just black river water. Why am I talking about this?
Because it's like a good game. Idea.
Good game.
Well, we really did go on a tangent from this, and now for some reason this makes me want to talk about the Raimi Spider-Man games. The Spider-Man games.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about them. Oh, dude. So the Spider-Man 2002 game, there in the Enchanting Terry, there is an Easter egg to that. So like the save file for the Enchanting Terry, they're like little photographs. Like in the Spider-Man 2002 game, remember like the save files for that game, they're like just photographs in a red room, where they develop. So it's the same thing in Enchanting Terry. You take a photograph of like your save, and you put in like a photo album. That was a direct reference to the Spider-Man 2002 game.
That'll be interesting that there's like a folder.
It does play into the story too. Like if you want to reverse time, like Zack Snyder's Justice League Flash, you just like pick the photo and then you reverse time. Dude,
well, then we can
my influences too.
We can make the UI like a journal then too.
Yeah, it will be like that. It will be like a photo album. Yeah,
like a folder comes up or something, and then like
you take a photo like with a Polaroid camera, and it's
and you have it out. We should do so every time you press save, should have the animation where it prints out, and then
it prints out, and then you just put it inside the folder. So that's my idea. And that come to play like towards the end of the Blue Jacket Cosmo verse. Like, it's just like it's Flash reversing time. It's gonna be like that. It's gonna be so cool. I'm spoiling. But
for like people who don't know, this is our
stuff. This is us being geniuses. This is creativity. And this is what the whole podcast is supposed to be about, like creativity in the modern generation, because like this is just us flexing our imagination, taking like from our childhoods, creating something unique out of it at least, or just like a couple of a lot of epic things. We put so much work into like this type of stuff, and we really want to like deliver,
Well, that's what both industries need, like a lot more creativity
like us
right now. Like these really, really weird, because like these weird types of surreal games are what really succeed, especially like in the indie area, and that's a big reason why Halo is like,
people still like experimental films. There's some like weird films that they're still niche, they're not like Marvel blockbusters, but there's like
Peele.
I don't like those films. I'm sorry.
Not for me.
There are certain topics I just don't like. I just don't like, racism is like, I talk about birth and stuff a lot, fetus stuff, but that's only because, that's just like intrinsic to our existence. So of course I have to talk about that type of stuff. But like, there was this film called Titan where this woman has intercourse with a R, and she becomes pregnant with a half human, half car baby. I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Well, now I want to watch it.
And then like a firefighter helps her he becomes a good father figure to her, I guess. Helps take care of her because she was like one of those people who don't, just one of those people without like direction in life. And a firefighter just helps her or something, and then he helps give birth to the car baby. I don't know, man.
It's starting to sound like Game of Thrones.
It was popular among the niche film audience. I don't know.
Well,
I won't do anything that weird, man. It was created by like a foreign director, of course it was.
Like the boys in Game of Thrones are like that. In the show Homelander, when they're pumped with this superhero serum called Compound V. So his mother was pumped, she had that while she was pregnant, and then when he burst out of her stomach, and he floated above her with red eyes.
Okay.
So
dude, that reminds me of there's this one Cinemassacre review on the Inspector Gadget series, and Mike Matei, he drew Inspector Gadget with all his gadgets. He has the propeller on his, he has the hat with the propeller, and he just bursts out his mom's orifice, and she's all bleeding and stuff.
It makes me want to do something like that.
Watch it, dude.
Like organic,
No,
and veiny.
No, he had the hat. No, he had the hat. It's actual like metal propeller.
Well,
and it was like they made this whole point. Was he bored with the gadget?
Probably, but that makes me want to see like a kind of like a pre X-Men Wolverine type of Inspector Gadget where all the bones are like.
No, I think he developed them afterward though. Yeah, he developed them when he was like young, like maybe like. You remember in X-Men Origins Wolverine, he developed them when he was a child, not like when he was a baby.
It was bones, and then he got the adamantium after. So that takes me back into.
He probably sweat as a kid too, you know. Unlike
modern.
Everybody was sweating.
I've been playing the X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Oh yeah, I saw.
It's like. It's one of those first. It came out in 2009, so it has that Smallville season 1
lighting?
Clone Wars, like really bright, really
like golden hour
prequels, like visuals, and people
associate. Wait, so I remember Spider-Man Lotus. So the guy Gavin K. Conop, the director, he said he wanted like. The tone of Smallville and Spider-Man 2 for Spider-Man Lotus. I don't even see it. It's not even in there.
His idea must have been like
he's one of those guys who's just like he's like an overachiever, but he doesn't achieve anything. I don't know. Well, I knew him. Like I spoke with him before. Like you were in a group chat with him once. I remember. You were like back then, like way back when.
Like I remember,
like when we first met, we were in a group chat with him once.
Like we were in. I remember us being in a group chat with other people that you knew. I didn't know. I don't remember being one.
Right. It was people I knew. They were comic book accounts, and Gavin was one of them.
Then we all know.
I was in a few like video chats with him, and I did some really fucking funny ass shit. like I locked myself in the trunk of a car and pretended I was kidnapped once, just to show off in the video chat. I remember doing that. It was funny. And I was inside my closet. I was in a very dark area, and I was like slamming on the closet, pretending I was kidnapped. I was like, "Help me! Get me out here!" I just did that just for theatrics.
There's
oh my gosh!
There's an actor.
Funny.
I don't remember who now, but there was an actor recently. Oh wait, no, it was Hayden. Oh my God. I was watching like Hayden's recent interview, like
I was watching them too
with Rosario when he said when he was a kid, like him and his siblings or like
he kidnapped him and they went dirt biking.
So
shoot,
there's that. Yeah,
it was rad, dude. I mean, it wasn't forceful kidnapping. He was just like, get in my car, but going somewhere. It was like that. That's not how he described it.
Happy birthday.
No, they didn't do that. They just like, hey, let's take a ride to somewhere mysterious. That's how he described it.
And then,
but yeah,
maybe I shouldn't do that with my kids. But
remember when I told you, like when in first grade, like a guy like tried to pick me up, just some stranger who was like, "Hey, I'm a friend of your mom's," and then I think my brother just picked me up like a couple seconds after. Yeah, I could have been kidnapped, dude.
I had like an experience, well, not like that, but it could have been like I went to the park with my dad as a kid, and then we got separated, so I went home myself.
What?
And then and I trusted these strangers to get me home. It was great.
Okay, what the
strangers? And then another time I used to wear my Raimi Spider-Man costume and like pretend to climb walls outside on the garage, and then there were these like two guys on their bikes who stopped.
Were they like older kids? Were like a guy like adults?
Like 20s, 30s.
Oh snap.
And then like I was pulled back into the house, but then there was a third time I did that, and there was this completely random adult guy who just came and came up to me and like asked if I'm lost or something, and then took me home. So 3 times I could have been like I
don't hang out. I never hung out outside that much as a kid, so I'm lucky. I still don't like hanging outside, in general. I'm just like, yeah, I'm just at home all the time. Like my cousin, she said she was just in summary, she was approached by a guy who wanted her to, wanted her help to fix his car, but it's like, why are you asking this? Like, she's my age, by the way. She's like, why are you asking this like teen girl to like, yeah? It's like,
it's really kind of a bit sus.
yeah, that was sus. It was in front of a grocery store. She was like shopping and stuff.
That happens like a lot, especially in the US, which I think is a good segue into our security.
No, that's for another episode. Nah, this episode's not as bloated as it is. Let's just do it. So I work in loss prevention. I've seen some weird stuff. Not too weird, but like there's this lady who urinated inside the store. There was this lady who brought a bike in and she was like tweaking. She almost hit me with a bike. There was this guy who stared up like this girl's posterior. He looked at me. He was like, "Ooh," and he just left and stole stuff. And just a lot of homeless people, just like, I don't know. They harass me sometimes, and I just act stupid.
That's that's what you have to do, like act like.
Yeah, I know.
But when I was I've been fired twice from retail because I couldn't really I can't keep my I can keep my composure, but like I saw like senior staff arguing and fighting back against
the senior, man.
So I was like, they don't get in trouble.
They get a lot of leeway. Yeah, but let me think. Like my wildest story. It's not. Nah, that's probably. Yeah, those are probably the wildest things I can think of. Other times it's just like me being just whatever. I do it. I do my job.
Well, my wild stories about.
Oh yeah, you want to talk about it? Let's talk about it.
Well, I don't currently work in security, but I'm trying to get into like cybersecurity.
You never got paid for it, have you?
No, not for that. It was like I'm still like in games, but I'm trying to. I'm starting to like get certifications and stuff for security, and then like transition because like the industry is just. Games industry is a mess right now, but basically I always had this passion for.
Of course. You want to do like the independent stuff, right?
Oh yeah, like independent stuff or like work
with me.
Contract stuff, but like I've always had a passion for cyber security, and I've worked with kids since like 2012, so like summer camp and then tech camp and like tutoring sometimes, and even helping with kindergartners like at my school. Like when I was in middle school. So I've always had a passion for that. And I am a great researcher, I guess, like for tech and things. It's like, it's always a big part of what I do in this field. So they're basically, to get to the point, I contributed to 3 like big child abuse sites being taken down.
Yeah,
I occasionally do check those domains, like not directly. There are third-party sites that like list if these domains are up, and then like use a virtual machine to click the link to see if it's still up, because it's important to keep tabs on these things. Thankfully, they're all like down. But basically I would go on Reddit and like browse on Yahoo and things like that, and just see where these types of sites are and like if they've been taken down. And I don't even remember how I exactly got into that. I think it was like one of those accidental things, because I was that's how all rabbit holes are found. Yeah, like I was on a streaming site or something, or I was like trying to get emulation like games, and then there are these ads that I accidentally click. Like they're all those 3D ads. Like that. They usually take you to like a betting site or something, but this one like took me to Um, well, a site that
Crazy.
like uses the guise of modeling and photo shoots to get away with like distributing
Whoa.
like
Holy shit.
child abuse. That's like
God damn.
that's how these hosts and these sites really like stay under the law. Like, oh no, we're like these are child models.
Yeah.
This
Legal
is legal.
loopholes.
Like, look at all these actors and celebrities doing photo shoots. Look at these.
Oh, especially
clothing
like in
things.
other countries where the law is a lot more, lenient.
Oh, yeah.
Like in Mexico, they get away with all like the bootleg DVDs and stuff.
And that's how it is here. Like most of these domains run out of like the Netherlands or
Yeah.
Europe or stuff. Very rarely the US and things, but basically, of course, reported them like right away, like to like FBI, cyber tip. I don't know if they even do anything about these things unless you give
They
them
do.
personal
They do. They have to
information.
look at everything.
They have to, but basically,
But I don't know. Like it really is like in America. It's kind of like what is it called? I don't know how to describe it, but they have to they have to see it for themselves to really confirm it.
yeah, unfortunately, they have to look at it. But instead, also in addition, I called my local police department and they gave me a non-emergency line. And then
Okay.
there's like this basically cyber division of our police here. And I was connected with this agent, like I was called, unknown caller, and then gave me like a burner email account for him to email him, and I had to send screenshots and links, and then like days later the sites went down.
Okay. Hey.
And like I last time I checked if they were still up was like months ago, and they are still down. But then it led to these two more like bigger ones. One of the bigger ones was I actually made like a fake account. I used a virtual machine. I used a VPN, and I was trying to like siphon information from these, criminals. So it was one of those sites that, first of all, uses like a basic HTML template that even like emulation sites use. So it looks harmless. But there was also like a lot of legal imagery, like adults. But like as you go through these like pages, like thousands of pages, then there's kids and things, like they're burying it, and then at the bottom of the page they would say absolutely no pictures or photos of anyone under 18, which was like a lie, of course. So like both these things, plus being probably like out of the US, just to like get under the law. But then Reddit started to get wind of this as well, and thankfully that site went down. But basically, I was like DMing with like 1 to 2 of these posters, and just trying to get like some of them. It's very, very difficult to tell if like it's their actual name or stuff. Some of them, you look hard enough, it's like, are they actually stupid enough to use like their name? Because these people they're not people. They're
they think they can get away with anything. Of course,
they want
the very
attention.
entitled in that sense. Why do you think they're doing it in the first place?
They want attention. So like some of them actually posted pictures of themselves with like the kids. So they're like,
hey.
So they're like sacrificing anonymity for clout with among these other like monsters. And like basically since those, I've like tried to like, I've watched so many videos of cybersecurity and like Linux and virtual machines and how to just track these types of things and how to use all these third-party sites, like to check if these sites are still up. And the biggest mistake these like, I don't even want to call them people, like these hosts make, is they never completely sever the link to their old domains when they get caught. They just basically, it's like if you want to change a file name on your computer, but you just rename it. Like putting .jpeg at the end is not going to make it a JPEG or like compatible. So that's basically what they do. So these like third-party sites, when they have the links, like they say these sites are up or down, it takes you to the new ones. And basically it was just like this huge rabbit hole, like deep web, dark web rabbit hole of again, like child abuse masquerading as professional modeling agencies and things like that. And these things still like perpetuate, and I'm like, why do we, the regular people, have to report this stuff and try to take it down? So I still occasionally check Reddit. Some more of these sites thankfully get like traction and they get removed and things like that and reported, but it's just this crazy rabbit hole that makes you wonder what authorities are actually like going after. Like they're removing memes. That's what they're doing. I've posted memes, like I posted that Jake Gyllenhaal meme of White Panther and it got removed. So that's the priority. It's the same thing on Instagram. I saw these accounts long ago, like years ago.
Oh yeah. They were posting the graphic stuff, right, from the deep web.
Yeah, they're posting. They're basically like live leak.
You sent me one. You sick.
No,
freak.
I did. Did I?
Yes, you did.
Oh, okay.
The guy, like his legs were being sawed off.
Yeah, I think so. I was like, because I was ranting. I was like, I need proof. Like, report it. And then right when I was going to report it, it went private. And then I reported it, and they said this account does not violate our terms of service. So
what?
Like privating your account apparently protects you. So there's that. So we just went to film this.
Sounds like typical American rights, huh?
So now I'm really heavily going into cybersecurity.
Yeah, that's good.
Try to focus on that and specifically like kids and
hack my old Roblox account back, please. Someone hack my old Roblox account.
You want to hack it?
Yeah, hack it back. I want it. I never had an email attached to it, so
I have similar gripes with like older, like even Clone Wars adventures and things. And like there was an email I used, a Gmail account I used like over a decade ago, and then randomly it was disabled for no reason. So like that's a lot of old game accounts gone from that. But but maybe I should.
You never spent money on it,
right? Well, there was like EA mobile games that I would sometimes.
Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing?
EA UFC. There, I spent money on that mobile. So I had that phase. But it was whatever. But yeah, I take any opportunity I can to work with kids, because they need to be taught like design and programming and things like that, and safety.
That's very important, especially like the new tech, the modern tech generation. For me, I'm not into that. I'm fairly like old school.
I mean,
like you see my art, right? It's just like it's mostly pencil drawings, but also I do use technology to like spruce up a bit. So it has this like retro modern sensibility to it, but yeah, it's very like traditional.
I'm the same way with games. I think a lot of people are. I play old games more than
me too, of course.
Newer ones. And a lot of kids do too. So like the kids I was with the tech camp, like already 3 years ago now, they would always want to play like the old Harry Potter games and old games. Like I connected my PlayStation account to the one there, and they would just want to browse through the catalog of classic games on PS Plus and things like that. And that there was actually a situation where, of course, I won't like violate privacy stuff, but I did have to like make a child abuse report.
No.
There's stuff going on at home with one of the kids.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it was very random.
Yeah, in summary, she just like purported to you, and
it was out.
Yeah.
It was like
that's it.
lunchtime outside, and I was just like standing, and she was next to me, and she just randomly said like that she cries at home, and
Oh yeah.
it went from there. So, yeah, it's my way of working with kids is like not yelling at them, not scolding them, because you don't want to make them scared or stressed. Of course, they need,
especially when they're growing up, man. That's going to affect them for the rest of their life. You know, childhood trauma.
Like there's ways,
the development stage, man.
I think we can relate to that.
Yeah,
a lot. But I'm
pretty healthy now. I write about fetus killing, so
that's pretty healthy. I mean, you got that Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah.
mindset.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Or I was gonna say Gore Verbinski.
Gore Verbinski, he's like discount Tim Burton.
I can see that. The Lone Ranger feels like
he hires Johnny Depp and Helena Bonham Carter. Yeah.
I'm surprised Tim Burton didn't make the Lone Ranger.
No. Dude, he made that bad Planet of the Apes film that it didn't even feel Tim Burton at all. It was just like whatever it was.
I didn't even know he made one.
Oh no, it didn't look Tim Burton at all. It was just like generic. I don't know. It was whatever. It was what it was. He made Dumbo. Remember that?
Oh, everyone remembers like the least Tim Burton-y movie. I want to see Tim Burton's Star Wars and Tim Burton's Spider-Man. Oh. Maybe like
you watched Wednesday?
I have not watched Wednesday.
Yeah, that's pretty much Tim Burton back in his element.
I have to get back into the Addams Family in general.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that, but I just watched Wednesday because I like Jenna Ortega as an actor.
Oh yeah, as an actor. Yeah, everyone likes her as an actor, just like they like Sydney Sweeney as an actor.
Oh, I don't like Sydney Sweeney. She's okay. Madam Web. I enjoyed Madam Web. I like ironically, but I enjoyed it more like than Venom.
Here's this little boy who we can't say his name, but it is who you think it is for some reason.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. Yeah, that doesn't happen in Madam Web. In Venom, probably.
Probably Venom.
They're probably going to do that for the last Venom movie.
I mean, I don't know what Sony's really doing. It's more.
I don't know. Sony, they're not like. I mean, yeah, they're interfering, but it's like it's just more confused, really. With WB is like desperate for money. With Sony's like, let's make unpopular characters popular.
Even though WB is like doing everything to not make money, canceling shows. It's like, oh, you guys love Zack Snyder's Justice League, right? Well, here's a remaster of Joss Whedon's Justice League. Well, you guys don't like it?
They did throw money at like remaking, like for Zack Snyder's Justice League. They still did, but
because probably like pressure and things like that.
But they were desperate to throw money at Joss Whedon, or that's mostly just like a corporate like studio film. But yeah, that film was expensive, man.
Meanwhile, like Sony, I've always loved obscure characters. I love Morbius and like the characters Morbius and Kraven. I grew up on the 90s animated series. I played Spider-Man 3 a lot, and Morbius and Kraven. Like Kraven is like a main antagonist in that, and Morbius was just there. So like you have to chase him around the city, you have to web him up. Like it's just so those games, man. It's like you have the symbiote suit on, and like Toby's doing his angry, non-caring voice acting, and like at Dr. Connor's lab, so he's chasing the lizard and he's doing these tests, and then he gets because like the lizard is also a villain, like he's trying to analyze lizard's blood or something, and then MJ calls and he's like, don't call again, and smashes the phone, and then Morbius randomly appears out of nowhere, like a woman
I'm gonna
screams.
suck my blood.
He bled and so I like
wait.
Morbius and Craven.
Have you ever played the Hulk 2003 game?
I like way back, like
remember the energy sucking vampire guy?
That I don't remember.
No, dude, he looked like Nosferatu, basically.
That's so familiar. I'm gonna emulate that game after.
Yeah, dude, I like. I have it. I actually have I had it as a kid on GameCube. I still have it right now. Yeah,
I played it on GameCube. For sure, because like there was this kids club I would go to that had all of these like original Xbox and Sega and N64. That's where I played Halo as a kid, and I know Hulk was there, and we watched Spider-Man 2 on DVD as well. So
Hulk, not sissy boy. Hulk straight.
Hulk straight. I don't know.
Look, I have that comic right here. I have it right here. This one, Ultimates Volume 2.
Hulk nuts.
Oh my god. Right here. Right here. Hulk straight.
He looks like Grundy, though.
Yeah, he was gray.
He was gray because like the
Ultimate Hulk was he was something. These books have not aged well. They're so like 2000s.
Well, I think that's basically Solomon Grundy, though.
Yeah, it is. It is actually. It pretty much is. Just like a
Grundy.
Thornier Solomon.
Grundy not. Grundy not sissy. Grundy straight.
Okay.
And then that really works.
There was a version of Grundy in Arrow. It was like he was like the human alter ego of Grundy or something. I forgot his name, but he was based off like the Solomon Grundy rhyme, but he was not Grundy. He was a villain called the Acolyte, actually.
Was it?
Yeah, he had a mask. He was called the Acolyte. Yeah, I don't know. He had this thing called you were talking about like a superhero serum thing and like early in the conversation. It was like that. It was called Mirakuru. Is like miracle in some like Greek, I think. And he was basically like a super soldier. So yeah.
Grundy's real name is Cyrus Gold. So,
yeah, Cyrus Gold. That's his name.
That
was the guy's name. Yeah. But he was called the Acolyte. Because Arrow wanted to be like realistic with their takes on the characters. It was like, hey, we can't do a big Hulk monster. Let's just give him like a gold mask.
Now he's all proper and he's like this polo boy or whatever. He's like in a sweater and the glasses. Smart Hulk. Like,
oh boy.
I find that really boring, Like it
is.
Like he's just Reed Richards, but
because character, right? Character development.
And speaking of the Acolyte, isn't it great that isn't it just real fans? What real fan does is review bomb everything called the Acolyte, just to get a point across. Find all the fan films, old films. And just review bomb it, and also that planet that we thought was Octo, but is not Octo. It could be. It probably is the planet from the novel.
It's the Cortosis mining planet. That's what I want.
Which is from the novel, which is also where Plagueis was living.
Oh, really?
So
really?
I don't remember if it was in the Plagueis novel, or another Plagueis story, but he was on an island, an ocean planet.
Really?
In a Cortosis cave.
Wow.
So
okay.
We
first theorized he was Ren, but he's too far in the past to be Ren. So Plagueis, I don't want to think Kemur is Plagueis specifically, but he's probably has ties to the Sith in that sense.
Well, I want him to be immune, but
Leslie Headland said the island is supposed to look similar to Octo, so it's kind of like the origin of the Sith, I guess. How many Sith planets are there already? There's Exegol, there's Korriban, which is like the real origin of the Sith.
Disney renamed it Moorban.
What?
Or wait, no, Filoni did that. Oh my god.
Why was it renamed though? Because he was it because of Filoni? Was it Filoni's idea?
Filoni renamed.
He just felt like it.
This is before, yeah, season 6 of Clone Wars. Like Yoda went to Moraband.
He just felt like doing it, man.
Filoni.
It reminds me of like
a lot.
Like it reminds, yeah, it's like they're trying to merge two different versions of it together. That's how it was in my mind. But if he just like randomly renamed it for no reason, it's like, oh,
I don't even know why. Like for the sake of that's a problem in so much content now. Like just fixing what isn't broken. But Filoni, we all know he retconned like all the gritty Legends, Clone Wars stuff. Like comparing his stuff with the Republic Commandos, with Delta Squad versus the novels, Delta Squad, he just made them look really stupid. Like in the novels, they assumed Order 66 was a separatist deception, so they went against it. And then there was one who, like, I don't remember if this was a commando or a regular clone who married a Jedi, and then Vader eventually killed them. But in Bad Batch, they were really, really underutilized. And Scorch, you haven't seen it. You're probably not going to watch Bad Batch.
I'm not.
Too, but
honestly, I just don't want to. I just don't have the motivation.
Scorch is there throughout the entire thing, and then he dies by getting shot 3 times, and that's it. So there's that.
Yeah, Filoni didn't really have anything much to do with Bad Batch. It's just like he got like other showrunners to do it.
I mean, they
so
the Commandos, but
yeah. Hold on, let me get chalky milk real quick. I'm thirsty.
We're gonna have to edit this part out.
No, I'm not editing this out. I need drinking chalky milk for the world to see.
Oh yeah. Well, in the recent episode of The Boys, Homelander gets like squirted on by breast milk. So yeah.
Calm down there, man.
And
you
also,
have to say that while I'm drinking?
He does. That's the only way to calm him down.
That's interesting. No, that's not interesting. Wait, what am I saying?
Interesting.
Oh, God. I'm still not going to watch The Boys.
Well, my favorite part in anything out of cinema is the first episode. I think it was season 3 of The Boys. There's this little like Ant-Man type of character who goes into the.
No, I know what you're talking about. He did. He pulled it. No, into the peepee.
The peepee, and then he expands, and then it explodes.
Why did they have to drink?
They do that. So, yeah, that's.
God, out of pocket, man.
And I just love seeing at not Comic Con, like Fan Expo. I love seeing kids cosplaying as the Boys characters and Game of Thrones characters, and wondering if their parents show them this stuff, or if it's like. Here's a cool superhero. Let's I guess
I feel like I'm sheltered.
I would do that with my kid, like to not show them the shows, obviously, but like companion. Like here's a mini
cool
Homelander. Here's a cool costume. You don't have to know who they are, but yeah, Rick and Morty.
The Boys. I'm always like. It's like, oh, it's popular, huh? Oh, yeah, but no, not my thing. I'm way too old-fashioned for that. I like talking about killing fetuses, dude.
I mean, so do
That's another thing in itself. That's like a horror film thing. So yeah, when I talk about that stuff, some people think I'm like being serious and unironic. I'm like, it's just horror, man.
I mean,
like it's
Game of
Freddy Krueger. Like the fetus killer character is like a Freddy Krueger character. There's like this network of like wombs and the source of creation and stuff. He just like travels to each and goes. So yeah, it's like it does delve into that dream thing I've been doing.
Well, Game of Thrones is a lot like that. Game of Thrones often shows like, or even just talks about child murder. Like there are some of like the most iconic scenes are like a pregnant woman being stabbed, newborns. Like there's this entire army that for their rite of passage they had to go and take newborn boys and kill them in front of their mothers. So
Bro,
that's how Game of Thrones often is. So it's like,
dang,
but
that's messed up.
it's not like
That's really messed up. Unlike my stuff, man, I would never write anything like that. Never.
Now I can't stop thinking about that giant like fetus boss or something.
What, in Earthbound?
Or like fetus. So
Yeah. Would I do that? Maybe. I don't know. No, I'm not that surreal. It's not that surreal for me, but
I mean that's
one of the villains was like a Palpatine-esque clone, so you get to destroy her like lab of her clones.
Just like Bad Batch did. The final episode. They destroyed Camino and they showed the fetus chambers being destroyed. Yeah. Or like,
remember the clone fetuses in Lego Star Wars?
I was about to say that single studs.
Single stud. Was that in the original games or Skywalker Saga?
Complete saga.
Oh, yeah, Skywalker Saga. They were actual like the baby ones, right? The baby minifigure.
Forget. I'm gonna have to go to Camino.
I took a picture of that once. Yeah, but I posted that. Chalky milk. Okay. What were we talking about before that?
Raimi Spider-Man.
No, after that.
Wait,
I forgot.
Nah, I completely forgot as well. Well, I
like ADHD. ADHD is cool. I got chalky milk. It was before I got my chalky milk.
Now that makes me want to talk about how Grogu ruined season 3.
Okay, the end of conversation. That's the sentence, right? That's everything you need to know about season 3 already.
Season 3. Well, he did
Order 66.
Grogu's a marketing scheme, so all the tension that season 2 of The Mandalorian, the end of the finale, set up. What tension? All the possibilities, and they even said that Book of Boba Fett, Book of Bob, and Mando season 2 are 2 years apart. That's good. But it should have been 2 years at our world as well.
Was it? I thought it was 2 years.
No. Like we got Book of Boba Fett a year after Mando season 2, and then Grogu came back.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about I was watching Arrow, and there's like time jumps are like coordinate with the release of the episode. So like between like season 2 and season 3, I think it was like 6 months, 5 months. Yeah, I always find it interesting. And you keep talking about, we did this thing 2 years ago. I'm like, oh.
How you don't watch this either, but House of the Dragon right now has like some of the craziest time jumps. Like most of the episodes like of season 1 and some of them in earlier season 2 are like 3 to 10 year time jumps. So it's like first 3 episodes like focus on the main characters as kids, and then the next one is like a 10-year time jump, and then 3 episodes later another 10-year time jump, and they have those same characters have kids that are teenagers.
Oh bro,
so yeah.
Dude, Andor season 2 is going to have a time jump between each arc, right?
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know how long, but I know it's up to like Rogue One, of course.
Yeah, Rogue One, but I wonder how big.
I don't remember. I think it's like I don't want to say anything, but I heard there are going to be time jumps in there. So
speculation. There's that. But yeah, and then what about the acolyte Kiadi-Mundi?
Oh boy!
Oh no, his birth age, like. Who cares? Other than
birth age from like a CD-ROM. Okay.
Oh yeah. Remember? How could Kathleen destroy this lore that was on the special edition DVD manual in the fine print? In this,
whatever. I didn't even know that was a whole complaint. I didn't even think that was Kiadi-Mundi out first. And then I saw the credits. You sent me the credits. I'm
I was like,
okay, that's cool, whatever.
I don't even care either until I saw the credits.
I didn't even care.
I was like,
I don't care.
Kiadi-Mundi, but that's like, other than that, people are like, for some reason, saying Kiadi is like ruined his character, made him this like idiot.
What character?
Made him mean. And I'm like, do you know who Kiadi was? He he didn't care what happened to his family. He like basically scolded Anakin when Anakin was a youngling for being upset over his youngling friends being killed when they went on a mission. Like they went on a mission. I think Kiadi was there, but basically he had a conversation with Anakin later about losing all his friends, and he just basically told Anakin to suck it up. So like,
was it in Legends?
This I actually don't remember. It was either Legends or
I was like Legends because I don't know any Kiadi Mooney stories in canon.
I think so, but I think
wait, was this like between episode 1 and 2?
Between episode 1 and 2. I forget if this was like it was probably a comic actually, but yeah, like
it has to be a comic, well, maybe a novel, but
I forget if Kiadimundi's family died. I think they did, and then he just didn't care at all. He said something like "wave the force" or something. But yeah, I don't know why people are like
the way of God
as a hero. He was like, everyone knows out of all the Jedi who were killed, he deserved it the most because he was like a psychopath. So
wait, was he like a religious extremist?
He was like basically like the will of the Force. He believed in the will of the Force, like on a more extreme level, and you know, it's
okay. Let's talk about religious. Okay, so you know what the Doctor Strange 2016 film was about? It was actually about the balance between religious extremism, like extreme like faith, and like extreme detachment, like individuality. It's like finding the balance, your balance between like the will of God and like just being meaningless nothingness. That's what the film was actually kind of about. Because like with the whole thing with the freaking Caecilius, Voller from Indiana Jones, he had this like this whole like extremist like religious thing. Like he becomes one with like his like distorted version of like heaven, like the higher powers, with Dormammu and stuff. Doctor Strange, he was like a very materialistic, surgeon guy, scientific kind of guy. And he just finds that balance, as Doctor Strange. And that's what I like about that film. It really is like this life lesson. Like, do not like, succumb too much to your own faith, or just do not succumb too much to like nihilism, to meaninglessness.
Then,
it's a really good like film, like just to teach you morals. Of course, the film itself, it is in the mold of like an MCU generic, origin tale, but it did have more in his mind.
It was very refreshing too, because we hadn't had like a magic MCU
magic. And even still, yeah, because like the modern world, we're very secular now. Just like magic is like magic. It's all about the science. That film still like tries to view magic as science. Still, like with Thor, they did like the 9 realms, and they just described it as a scientific thing. Same thing with Doctor Strange. They said like their sorcery is a form of science. I'm like. Yeah. Because you didn't want like to piss off the atheist audience.
I mean, it's all. It goes back to what I was saying about religion earlier too. Like it's all about.
Oh yeah. Also, wait, Harry Potter, because you know how like Christians don't like Harry Potter.
Oh yeah. Christian moms getting offended over Harry Potter. But like religion overall is like all about interpretation, and how I see the Ancient One's lesson of the Strange at the end, like it's not about him, is like the message I want extreme religious people to understand too. It's not about you. Like the right way to be in religion is to embrace it in your own way, and how Doctor Strange basically is like mixing that with magic and with science, and it's all. Like science is real, but all the rest is up to interpretation.
That's like our beliefs, right?
Yeah.
Like, look, we're atheists, but there is faith. We have to have some kind of faith in something, right? But there's also science too. Like
how all of that because all of everyone's motivation is based on
everybody's so like one-sided now.
Yeah, one-sided.
Why can't it be like a balance to everything? Why can't everything like work in tandem with each other, man?
It's just those extremists, that try to push everything on. But that's Strange. Was my favorite, second favorite MCU movie, like after Civil War. I think it definitely is still up there. I think, what are my favorite? Oh yeah, so first Avengers my favorite, then probably honestly Doctor Strange 1, and then No Way Home. I have a really difficult time
me too.
choosing between like Civil War and Doctor Strange 1, but I think Doctor Strange 1. I'm trying to keep it balanced because like Civil War is still like a Captain America movie. I like Civil War more than most of the Avengers like movies, like as an ensemble film. But yeah, I think first Avenger, Doctor Strange 1, or No Way Home above Strange 1. Like first Avenger, peak for me, like superhero Marvel, movie, and then Doctor Strange, like something mystical, something about finding like yourself, and then No Way Home, nostalgia, fans.
No Way Home still is about the same things, like with Peter's character, finding himself, finding his own identity. So I can't really comment on my favorite Marvel film. I haven't given much thought, but I'll say I love how the MCU is using the multiverse.
Yeah.
It's not like, a whole ant colony of Spider-Man in a VR chat or anything like that. No, but like their use of the multiverse is restrained. You know how people like disappointed that Multiverse Madness didn't have like, a bajillion cameos?
Where's Magneto?
Where's Magneto?
Where's other Fantastic Four? Where's Toby?
Yeah. But yeah, with No Way Home, like I like how it's about like Peter Parker and like two other branches of the same identity of Peter Parker. Like in Spider-Verse, it was just like, hey, this is Miles Morales. You get a white guy, you get another white guy, you get another white guy, you get a cartoon pig, you got an Asian girl. Like,
I wish.
What's he say about his psychology? Nothing.
The only thing I wish about No Way Home is that we actually, like, everyone got their own final swing. Like, it would have been cool, like, interconnected. Like, start with Tom's, and then he doesn't move, and it like changes into Toby or
no, that's too ambitious. That's too old school for
or just wrap up Peter going to see MJ at the coffee store, and then camera pans up, and then we're in like Toby's universe, and we see.
Dude, no, that's too much style, man. You can't do that.
Like,
that's the problem with modern films. They don't do fan service that well anymore.
Yeah, like something special, like basically, Clark in Crisis on Infinite Earths, like Clark him and Lois, and like do that with Toby, it would have worked. And then Andrew with, I don't know, May, or like at the grave, like at Gwen's grave, like he finally, that whole experience in the MCU has helped him reconcile with Gwen's, death.
Yeah.
He puts his mask on and swings away. He won't be like brutal Spider-Man anymore.
Mind you, they did film this during COVID, so it's kind of hard. But at the same time, you don't really have the creativity anymore. Like the film kind of does like come off as being written by AI, honestly.
Yeah. The fans like rotoscoped Sandman.
Jesus.
Rotoscoped Lizard.
Oh boy.
Like Connor's like, okay, rotoscoped Superman in Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Oh yeah, do that. Oof. Oof.
Sure, yes, COVID, it's fine. It's whatever.
Of course.
But
it's a product of its time, I guess. But like with No Way Home, look, John Watts, kind of limited as a director. I'll just say that. Dude, like the way they use like Toby's and Andrew's themes are so underwhelming.
Yeah, like I mean,
The way they introduced Ned's mom's house, like grandma. I don't know.
like Nana or something, but like
Yeah,
you could
like-
hear Toby's theme when he walks through the portal, and then, but
Like very vaguely.
I mean, I will admit it does get to me when like I hear
I barely heard it.
Toby's theme and then Andrew's theme at the end, like on that Shield of Pain track, you know. So
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. People complain about like those scenes being like, extended for crowds cheering and stuff. I don't really see that. I think they timed pretty well, honestly.
I mean, I don't like, if there's anything I wanted extended and re-released, it's this. Like, give me more of, like, it was more of Toby and Andrew, and it was like
The more fun stuff version.
Fun conversation, but it's fine. I mean,
the whole entire fight scene at the end was just CGI nothingness. Honestly, remember that comment I sent to you? Like, this guy was complaining about how No Way Home should have had more creative stuff, like the Spider-Man working together and stuff. And people are just like accepting this and not, striving to. They're not like demanding something more creative and stuff. And it was like the Sam Wilson meme. He was like, he's out of line, but he's right.
Well, I mean, I get why they did it. Like, Toby and Andrew don't have the Avengers. They didn't have.
Oh, of course, they did that whole thing, yeah. But
Toby had Shield.
Remember when Toby and Harry Osborn was like, New Goblin? They were like, they would team, they would tag teaming the hell out of Spider-Man 3's ending, man. They could have done that for No Way Home.
And then,
remember when that behind the scenes of Toby punching Willem?
Yeah, on the glider.
Yeah, the glider.
And then that fan animation came out.
That fan animation was slow. They were moving like slugs. It was like, you remember the Wolverine scene? Like, in the scene in First X-Men where Wolverine was like spinning on the Statue of Liberty with his claw, like at the speed of a slug. Yeah, it was as slow as that. It was weird.
Unfinished CGI, like clawing through the. Oh man,
it was so slow. That's what that fan animation reminds me of. He was just punching Green Goblin slow as hell.
2000, whatever. I want, but that fan animation had better CGI than the movie, because when I first saw it, I thought it was actually a deleted scene that they.
When I first saw it, I knew it was fan animation when I saw it, but at the same time, it was better than the film. I think the film still had like decent textures. It's just like the models themselves are so.
Oh, Toby's like.
It was like Spider-Man.
That like scene with Toby like holding his, and like crouching.
Oh yeah! Ooh, brother! What's
like,
that?
Like,
oh,
I don't know.
Oh, dude! I had a dream. I had a weird dream. You saw my 2002 Tobey Maguire Spider-Man figure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a dream that the thumb broke off. And I got upset about it. Then I woke up. I'm like, oh, dude.
I don't know where my Toy Biz figure is. Like, I had the Toy Biz red suit and black suit. I'm happy with this, but like the finger articulation, like that was so cool.
You want to get the Mafex one?
I mean, the Mafex one it's the same one as this, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of. But with weird shoulders, I guess. I need to see the final product, but yeah, the shoulders were weird. Like the more I look at it, the better it got. But like, I'm not the biggest SH figure arts fan. Like the way they did the leg articulation is just weird, like diapery.
Diapers.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm a bigger Mafex fan than I'm SH figure arts. Bro, what the hell? Bro.
Articulate separate cheeks.
That is why. Why though?
So people could pose them like this, basically.
I'd rather get the Marvel Legends one.
I do want the Marvel Legends one.
Yeah, I like. I mean, it is of course like the domestic, not like low end release, but it's cool.
I don't have.
I'm a Marvel Legends collector, so.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a better line than their Star Wars line. I Yeah.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about Black Series.
Well, I don't have an Andrew. The only Andrew figure I have is the minifigure, so I need to get like the
the Hasbro one looks better than the SH figures.
But like Marvel Legends, also like the only black suit Toby I've left is this 2007 from my birthday cake in 2008. So
I love like how that suit looked at the night scenes. Like
I love it. Like this is basically how he looks in the Spider-Man 3 game.
It looks like a wetsuit, but sure.
I mean, they definitely should have made it like more symbiote. Like
that's okay.
I mean,
they could. But it's okay. The Star Wars Black Series.
I'm done collecting that.
The scale between Balin Skull and Shin Hati. I'll still collect some here and there. Like I just opened my Ezra Bridger that I had for a while. I wanted to sell it, but honestly, it's just like I'm going to keep it because it's Star Wars.
I don't have a realistic Ezra, but I have like a Disney Infinity. What else was
Vader?
The only Black Series I'm interested in are Shin Hati, Balin Skull, Mon Mothma. Hera, because I have realistic Kanan, so like I should get Hera.
Yeah, I do have Mon Mothma. I have Cassian. I have what's his face? The guy who goes Cassian Endor.
Oh, Luthen.
Yeah, I have him. I have Bix.
Bix Colleen. Don't you love that we don't have a Kenobi, Luke, and Leia figure, but we have Bix Colleen.
Bix Colleen.
Sure.
Hey, I can recreate the torture scenes. Where's my Deidre? I want Deidre.
I want Mon Mothma's daughter. Oh, I want Luthen. Like I
want the banker.
I want Jedi Jude Law, which is coming out.
Oh, no! I actually seriously want the banker guy, the one that looks like Chancellor Valorum. I want him.
I want Chancellor Valorum. I gotta get a Chancellor Palpatine.
I have one. I have the Valorum from Phantom Menace.
I get my Phantom Menace figures from eBay. So
I get my son a toy show. And sometimes you can find them at cons for dirt cheap.
Well, the ones on eBay I saw like Palpatine.
I have the Palpatine, the Chancellor Palpatine and Emperor, like the cloaked Palpatine Sidious.
I'll never open that. What about
you? Remember my Palpatine collection?
Yeah,
I have them Attack the Clones. I got Phantom Menace. I got 3 of Revenge of the Sith ones.
I want Watto. I have
Watto.
There's a 12-inch Watto on eBay that I want. No, like what is it? 12? No, I think it was like 24 inches. 24-inch Watto. Since we were talking about Luthen, I am so sick of Jedi characters, like I said, but he's the one in recent years.
He's like the grounded. He's so grounded too. It's really interesting.
And like how they talk about him.
I don't think they will. Yeah, but
they should. Yeah, they're too creative.
They should, but I don't think they will.
Like the way they talk about him, like when Cassian asks who or what is he, and he's told like he's something that we don't talk about.
Yes, you didn't do it.
There's like stuff like that. So a lightsaber.
I remember Order 66, Cassian Andor.
I can totally see a flashback. Like
I remember.
Maybe he was a temple guard. Like I feel like he would fit as a temple guard or something.
Yeah, probably. But no, I read an article who said like Luthen was Star Wars' Batman. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Because of how he talks. Maybe.
Yes, Endor.
Because he puts on disguises.
Remember the Batman and Robin in the Old Republic? Like Night Owl and something.
Old Republic.
Like there was an Easter egg with Batman and Robin. And, like I forgot their names.
Oh,
I don't know.
Well, I don't remember. I'll have to look at that. But I think Andor season.
You know what the biggest Batman, like the most blatant Batman Robin ripoff I've ever seen? Blue jacket and red coat. Like,
I was gonna say that black leather, like lady from Smallville, like at the end. So there was a bit in like season, I don't even know when Clark is already the Blur. There's this lady vigilante. Oh, wait, her name is Vengeance. Literally.
God.
She's all in black, like leather.
I don't remember her at all, but I can imagine it.
Her parents.
Remember Nobody from TMNT 2003?
Yeah.
He was a former cop, right? Yeah.
I mean, that reminds me of Mr. Nobody too.
Oh, Mr. Nobody.
Which is like Titans or no, Doom Patrol.
Oh yeah.
Here's Iron Man.
Irony Man. Oh, dude, I love that. I love that costume, man.
3.
That's from like the 2008 line. No, wait. Yeah, that's a 2008 figure that was repurposed for 2011 line. It was called Iron Man Armored Avenger. It was like a post Iron Man 2 line to, lead up to the Avengers toy line. So they released that. How do I know that?
Well, I got this figure. It was a great day. I was playing War for Cybertron on my Xbox. And then Halo Reach, and then went to get this.
Yeah, that's when it came out, yeah.
And then the other Iron Man figures I have in my shelf is the Titan series from Infinity War. And
some Titan series. Do you collect any like recent Titans Hero Series figures?
I haven't, but I want like.
I'd probably get. Of course, I would get some Star Wars ones, but I got those DC ones that look pretty good, like the Brian Bowen looking Joker and Superman. The Jose Garcia Lopez.
At my Walmart, I saw the Brian Bowen looking Joker. I see
that was in a 2-pack, right?
There was a 2-pack. There was also a single pack.
The single pack one, they never released it singly. It was only a 2-pack. The single one looks it looks like a shark.
There's also a Wolverine and a Green Goblin I saw.
Hey, bub.
I'm tempted to get them, but like they're really articulate characters, so I want articulation. So
yeah, I used to voice Wolverine in Lego stop motions.
Oh yeah,
he's pretty close to Steve Blum. Like, okay, the one I sent you, that was when I was a little kid, okay, but now it's like, hey, bub, you touch my testicles, I make sure yours. Well, you don't, you got none. I don't know, something like that.
Forrest Whaley too. Hey, bub. I've had
Deadpool and Wolverine, man. Oh man.
Well, tying into that, I hope there's like some Raimi lore. Because like initially, like first, like Spider-Man 2 is like the most, for what Raimi had planned, was the most like MCU movie ever. Like wanted Wolverine in it. Or was it the first one he wanted Wolverine?
No, it was the first one. The second one had Miss Jane.
And then he mentioned Doctor Strange. Like Raimi really always wanted to do Doctor Strange content.
Well, they just did. He did it as Easter eggs. He probably didn't think he would do anything like that.
And then the novel for Spider-Man 2 said S.H.I.E.L.D. exists and Nick Fury.
Oh, the first Spider-Man novel, which is written by Peter David, and I own it too. Peter's parents were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter, as a kid, he was inspired by Captain America. It was just like the Marvel universe in that novel.
Yeah,
it was a different universe than Raimi's universe. Honestly,
I mean, it could still work.
It's like so off camera. It's just so much stuff. It's like,
and then the garbage man is Namor.
Okay, that's just no,
because like in the I don't remember if this was also in a deleted scene, but in the novel,
it was not. No, it was just a novel. Yeah. Because I think Peter David wrote that too. He's just a comic book writer. He's just like, I want Marvel stuff. More universe.
He tells Betty that he I used to be like a prince of a lost city, and like she kind of takes it as a joke. He says that in the novel, so like
I know that, but like.
It's like
Can you just
now
they just
I
not?
watch it and I'm like, that's Namor.
That's dumb.
Oh, but I guess Shield existing in Toby's universe does make it feel like Ultimate, which makes sense. Toby was reading.
Yeah, but you don't
Ultimate
see
comic.
Nick Fury coming after him or anything. I mean, of course, you've seen the Iron Man deleted post-credit scenes, right? With Nick Fury mentioning mutants, and
seen that, like putting the Avengers together, and I'm a big fan of like old weird Marvel, like the Fantastic Four movies with Doom and the original Hulk stuff. Like, sure, the movies were bad, but the costumes were so extremely accurate. And then, like, look at the Spider-Man costume of the guy who was on the X-Men set.
that was just like a
yeah.
Wasn't that like just a regular like Halloween costume?
I think
it was. I mean, it was definitely a cheap costume.
Godzilla Mendoza would know more.
I don't like that guy.
He says he owns the like original Disney Spider-Man costume, like the one that performers use, like old Disney. Like he said, he spent a crazy amount of money on it.
Why?
I was like,
I mean, I get it, but why? Does he wear it?
He wore it, yeah.
That's the one he wears in the videos I've seen.
I don't know about, like, I know he made his own costume, but there was in that video he did put it on and wear it. If I'm not misremembering, yeah. Like, I think it's a whole video. Like, I own the original, like, Disney performer Spider-Man.
You know, most of Godzilla Mendoza's opinions are, "Oh, this version of the character is not like the one I love in the comics." Ooh, that's basically his videos in a nutshell.
Basically, I mean, I still watch his videos.
Yeah, I still do. I was watching his Deadpool stuff.
And his TMNT things, like his video on the TMNT multiverse is great. Like,
yeah, I have that on my watch
TMNT
list
forever. Yeah, it's like it basically echoes what we've been saying about it, and that is the only multiverse movie that matters. That's the best one.
I'll say. Well, the best one in like that's epic in scope, but like with Multiverse and Madness and No Way Home, those are really good as like small scale multiverse. Yeah. But Turtles Forever, that makes a lot of sense. And, you know, there's not like, you know, VR chat of Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we can, that's fast forward. That's schlock. I mean, I enjoyed fast forward as it went on. I wanted it to end so badly, but I watched through it.
We should still make like a Ninja Turtles fan game, you know, like the one we've been working on. The legacy of the motto. I
just like, I don't trust Nickelodeon. Like, I feel like
we had a bad experience with them.
I still want to be able to.
Okay, look, if anyone is listening to us like this far, they're just going like, what are you talking about?
So,
we were, I mean, he was involved in the Ninja Turtles game. I wanted to get involved, but they didn't know me. But
well, this is a good segue to talk about. I want to talk about TMNT, like 2012 and all that. But like this, so at the studio I worked at from 2022 to 2023, one of our clients was Nickelodeon. So I we made a Transformers game, which was like VR game, whatever. It was like Transformers is just getting a lot of VR games, whatever. But
you mean Baskin Robbins?
It was like, Dave and Buster's.
Dave and Buster's, sorry.
And then Baskin Robbins.
I went to Dave and Buster's to look for it. It wasn't there. I think it was a Canadian.
I think so. Like Decepticon Invasion, whatever. And then because the studio specialty is VR, and I was just working one day and realized, wait, Nickelodeon's one of our clients. Why don't we do TMNT? Then I said I want us to do like Transformer stuff later, like a new show or something. I basically became this whole pitch, and then I tried to get you part of it, like so you wrote
I
your
mean,
story, and I
I
was
have
just
no experience, right? So like,
like I was talking to the owner and them about like the mechanics and things like that, and we were just drawing up concepts and things, and we didn't get too far in it because there was the other work to balance. But I
yeah,
was constantly being promised about doing this, and then we were getting close, but then I was told that Nickelodeon's not interested in making a TMNT game. They wanted to make an unscripted show. So
is
like
that Mutant Mayhem? Like, is that the Mutant Mayhem sequel? Is that
I
what it is?
what oh shit. Oh,
Is that what it is?
I don't know. Well, is it unscripted? Because like
I know.
the owner,
Maybe I don't
the
know.
owner was telling me like Nickelodeon is basically only interested in unscripted stuff, and whenever there's like TMNT game, they just ask THQ to do it. So like, whatever.
I love THQ. They did the SpongeBob point and click games.
And I've been playing Cosmic, like what's it called?
Like
Cosmic Shake. Yeah, it's like
Shake.
it's fine. I mean, it's basically reskinned Battle for Bikini Bottom, but like different.
I played some of it. I couldn't get engaged.
Yeah, I kind of
like if we grew up with it, if that came out when we were kids, we'd probably love it. But we're older now. It's like,
Well, I grew up on my PSP. I downloaded Yellow Avenger.
Oh yeah,
and what was it? Truth or Square. So I'm trying to keep up with all those, but basically, the TMNT game, it was going to be this like open world New York. It was going to be like the size of Gotham in Gotham Knights, and there was going to have the intricate tunnel and sewer system like Arkham
subway
Asylum.
System, the fast travel subway system, and like skateboarding around. And then WB was also one of our clients, so it was like maybe later we could talk about DLC like Batman and stuff, because that's a big thing and it's popular, and it just needs more content. And then you want money?
You want money?
You
Let's
want money?
combine these things. And then so it was gonna be like it was gonna be like either it was probably gonna be an expansion, and then you could go to Gotham, and like we were brainstorming like, here's the Batmobile, and Mikey's driving the Batmobile, and then Damien's in there. So like these like connections, and we were gonna push like how much the animation could be really fun, like the character interaction animations and idle, and there's just all this stuff. And unfortunately, Nick is also pretty out of touch, as we see with like how they make SpongeBob now, and how they make everything, like every character, like twerk and things like that. And like
I brought up the game because I wanted to introduce like our version of fast forward in it. So, we would have like Cody Jones in like an Iron Man-esque like Turtle X armor. That wasn't like, in the cartoon, it was basically Hulkbuster, but we wanted to do like I wanted to do like a sleek, Iron Man type costume. The mask would probably be like the Casey Jones mask, or maybe just like, have you seen the Turtle Bot from the Konami Ninja Turtles game?
I've seen
it had like that beak thing. It had the like turtle beak. It would have been probably like that. But it would be more high tech. It would be, it would have been cool. Like
that was also what in the 2012 show Donnie also he made like a turtle bot like.
Oh yeah, like Flash from Zack Snyder's Justice League. That's what I imagined for like the turtle armor. Yeah, like the Turtle X armor for Cody.
And that was also part of the plans, like to eventually take the turtles to space in the game, and like Triceratons and expand. So fast forward would have worked, like basically Cosmic Shake plus TMNT. But Nickelodeon just is pretty much only interested in making shows, as we also see now. The only TMNT games we're getting now are like arcade ones ported to Switch.
Which now, they are cool. They are cool.
They're cool. But we have a Mutant Mayhem game coming out too, which I did pre-order because I am craving TMNT games, but it's like this third person beat 'em up.
You think I should buy the Mutant Mayhem figures?
I think they look bad. I see them at Walmart all the time.
They look okay.
Like they're like, you know,
it's stylized, of course, but I don't know. I didn't like the movie too much. Like it was funny, but like it's just like I can't get into the lore.
I don't think the figures really fit the style either because they're not like really painted. There are other figures like I have the 18-inch Donnie, and then like I think there are other TMNT figures coming out that actually have like a painted aesthetic. So like I've considered getting the Mutant Mayhem figures because they're like right there in the store. And
the peg warming, they're like not popular at all. It's like no one wants them.
Maybe I can.
Yeah, that was the reason. Yeah, there's a reason. Like they're like clogging up Ross too.
Yeah. Well, if I custom,
you want to get the Super 7 2SNT Turtles?
I
mean, they're pretty bare bones, honestly. Though the arms are a little too long. Honestly, they're not. I don't know. They're not the best representation. Honestly, like I'm really like 2SNT TMNT is like my favorite cartoon, but those figures, I don't know.
Well, I think before those, I want the live action ones, like because like the figures look really, really great.
Yeah, they look detailed. They're very detailed.
Like the one I have all the way is from the 80s cartoon, so it has like the bold lines on the figure and things like that. So that's great. But I really I hope the TMNT game can happen. We have
as a fan game.
As a fan game,
like we can do that. Like we can do that after like probably Blue Jacket. Just use assets probably.
And or like
it. I wanted to do I wanted to do the multiverse in our game too. Mostly just like it's basically like Turtles Forever, just like rehashed a bit.
And skins and styles, because like that really brings in like it was always part of the plan to have like a skin selection screen. You have the OG black and white turtles and the filter over the world, the black and white
toys, like based off some costumes off the toys.
Yeah, like even give them joints.
No, maybe
maybe like
some
action figure.
Yeah,
and
that sounds rad. That does sound rad. How about like a whole map that is just like the play sets?
Well, there is a game that came out recently on Xbox called Hypercharged.
Was it?
It's an action.
Wasn't there like a toy box like game? Like they had He-Man and G.I. Joe in it. It was like a toy soldiers game. I don't know.
Probably everyone mostly knows like Disney Infinity for that type of stuff.
Yeah, but they don't look like toys in the game. It's just like animated.
Yeah. But like that was a really cool but very short fad back then. Like you had Skylanders and then you had Disney Infinity.
Skylanders.
And then you had
who are those characters?
Lego Dimensions. You had the
Lego Dimensions. Dude, wasn't that really buggy?
Yeah, it was. I still want to try it. It's like Gandalf and Batman and Harry Potter all working together.
It was just like a typical like Telltale game, though.
Yeah, but more like multiverse and things. But I as you know, I pretty recently finished watching 2012, like TMNT 2012. Like Rise, I just can't watch. I just like Godzilla Mendoza is a huge defender of that show. I like the movie. I like
the animation, but that's it.
The animation. I like the movie. It's fine. I don't like how Raph is the mature one, but whatever.
They try to change it,
but yeah, like again, it's like trying to be unique for no reason. But 2012 is like really taken out of context. When people see clips, it's like the kiddie moments, but those are very few and far between.
Oh, really?
It's
from what I remember, it was just like very kiddie overall.
Some of the episodes are like filler kitty, and there are like kitty moments intertwined, but barely. It is a very brutal, mature show. More than
I don't remember it that way.
it is
like whenever it is brutal, it just doesn't affect me that well. Like it's just like I don't know. That's from what I remember, but
it's extremely faithful to the original comics, like the visuals, everything, even from the intro.
Visually,
visual, like the one that the eyes randomly turn white, like when the
it's cool.
It's cool. It's weird because like they have the pupils, and then like when there's action, or even sometimes when they're just talking, their eyes just randomly go completely white, and then they blink again and they have pupils. That was just, it was cool, but it was weird. But it was a really brutal, like there are a lot of shock factor moments. There are like the turtles getting bruised, broken arms.
I remember seeing that stuff.
There's impaling. There's really like grotesque, like later on there's like these creatures, mutants, that they don't shy away about like showing bones shooting through the skin. They show organs, and so it's a really mature, fun show.
I should rewatch it.
But then it kind of got the fast forward syndrome later on. They focused on
space.
In space.
I hate that season.
But it was more, it was less, it was just the turtles in space. It wasn't like future.
I know, but I didn't like that. I don't know.
There was,
I have an overall negative like outlook on the show. Just I would have to rewatch it.
I mean, like it works, it does, but like it works for the turtles, like, but I don't like the whole future thing. But that was back then. That was that fad. Like everyone was like, let's go to space. Let's go into the future.
Yeah.
And Nickelodeon especially.
No, I mean, that was in the original comics, though. They went to the space and stuff, so they got to adapt it.
Just like for less of a thing. Like you could tell they were just trying to like they experimented. And then as it went on, you could tell they were like, okay, we have to get through this. But there's just so much to cover, so many loose ends. So they did that. And then they even had a fourth wall breaking moment. That was like Raph or someone was saying like, we will go back to like our time, like this adventure will end soon, or something, like to reassure us that
really
go back to normal TMNT. And so there's that. But I think my favorite TMNT media in order is, honestly, I kind of okay, TMNT 2007, because like,
oh bro,
I still have the DVD.
I rewatched it. I didn't like it.
It's a thing that you like have to grow up on, I guess. I saw it in theaters, so that's a very special thing.
Of course, all the Leo and Raph scenes were,
Oh yeah, great.
The whole like things with the monsters and like what the hell?
Well, I mean, I also hate content in general that like focuses on mutants a lot. I think that's
why I didn't like 2012 that much. But like we got that like asymmetric dog pound guy. I'm like, what?
But then and Karai as the snake. But dude,
Karai, like I was going to talk about Karai. Like she keeps switching between the Turtles and the Foot Clan and the status quo, like just to reset the status quo. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that was earlier. She did that a lot, and then it became confusing. Like, is she trying to be a double agent, or because then like later on, she's like, while she's doing that, she is brutal towards the Turtles and stuff. But later on, she completely goes to their side at the end. So.
Her being Hamato Yoshi's daughter. That's interesting.
I like that. And then they had the episodes where the turtles went back in time to that period.
Oh yeah. No, that was kind of I don't know. I don't remember it all too much, but I don't remember my feelings on it. But I don't know.
It was fun. They interfered with that whole moment, and Splinter's wife still died. But then there was I don't know why I can't remember. Yosaki or no, the rabbit.
Usagi? Yeah, Usagi Yojimbo.
Yeah, I like
Usagi Yojimbo. There you go.
I
Ooh,
really
sorry.
like
Yeah.
that character for some reason. I guess like I don't know. I grew up on
I liked him in 2003.
yeah. Yeah, and he was done well in 2012
Yeah.
as well, but I do hate like mutants being in so much different content, but I think it
Yeah.
works for like I've accepted it because mutant turtles, so like I think it fits into the whole thing. It can be overdone. That is also what initially turned me off to 2012, but
Uh,
um I don't know. So it's like the 2007 movie. Of course, nostalgia. I think I love the design. I thought it was. I couldn't tell if it was live action or not when I was a kid.
Dude, I mean, it has pretty interesting lighting,
Yeah,
like the textures, the coloring.
and I had the toy of Night Watcher Ralph
Oh, dude, what? That's sick.
motorcycle. I know I have it somewhere.
Let's put Night Watcher in our game.
We should like he's basically Ghost Rider plus Batman. Like he has the motorcycle. He swings the chain. He's basically Ghost Rider, but
that came out the same year as Cage Rider.
Oh shit! Yeah, everything came out in 2007. I want to watch the Nick Cage and
yeah, I've seen it. It was actually I kind of liked it.
Like
I mean, as a kid, I was young when I watched it, but I liked it.
I think I just want to watch the first one and then I'm good. And then like
the second one, the second one was like directed by like the guys who did. I think it was called. No, it was a film that Jason Statham was in. The Crank films. So it was basically like it's just like schizophrenic, just whatever. It was like in the fun sense though. In the fun sense, it's like.
I mean, I saw a review on it. I think it was like he wasn't Ghost Rider a lot of the movie.
No, it was Nicolas Cage doing stupid stuff. But whenever he's Ghost Rider, he still did stupid stuff. But I think, like, I don't know. I have to watch. I never watched it, but
yeah, I probably just want to watch it.
Yeah, but yeah. So back to Ninja Turtles.
Oh yeah, it was I think my favorites like 2007. I think I'm gonna put 2012 above 2003.
What?
Like, here's the thing: 2012 is a lot more actually like. Everyone's definition of mature is different. It's more mature, like it's more brutal. It's more mature, like the original comics. But I think 2003 is better for general audiences because it's like balance between. It's not as kiddie. It doesn't have those kiddie moments. So it's hard to choose between the two. But of course, those three will be my top three. The original first live action Turtles movie is genuinely like a really fantastic Turtles movie, like characterization. And then I watched as a kid, I had a DVD. I probably still have it. It was a Power Rangers TMNT crossover.
Oh, that. Yeah, that was with that Next Mutation show where they introduced like a fifth turtle who was, I think, she wasn't like, I think Venus de Milo, they called her. She was not their sister because they wanted you know.
Now we have like, what was it? Jenica?
Yeah, with the yellow mask. I don't know anything about her, but
I think she was also in I was gonna say Last Ronin. I recently read the Last Ronin and the game.
Oh, really?
I'm excited for the game because it's gonna.
Oh yeah, me too. But I haven't read it either.
But I'm like, they're doing the same thing as they did with Suicide Squad now. Why are you making the first game in a type of game that people have wanted, which should be like the third one? Like the Last Ronin should be the third in a new trilogy of open world TMNT games. We've never had open world TMNT game. And with Suicide Squad, you go from Arkham Knight to what's essentially the third game in a Justice League trilogy. So they're doing that. I've always wanted to play Out of the Shadows. It's actually listed.
I played it.
I want to play, but
Yeah. Here's the thing about when the turtles run in that game, it's basically like Wolverine spinning on the Statue of Liberty at the speed of a slug. They run so damn slow, and they do like the Naruto run thing they did in like TMNT 2012, but just so slow. It's weird.
It's actually funny enough still listed on Steam. You just can't buy
really?
it.
Oh yeah, when they fight too is pretty slow too. It's just like it's basically like that one scene in X-Men, just the whole game.
That's Snyder's whole style. Slow. It basically is.
Dude, our Ninja Turtles game was going to be Snyder's Ninja Turtles. Speaking of that, we were talking about Karai and Tang Shen earlier. I just want to commentate like how my versions of them were going to be. Our version, Tang Shen was going to be a martial artist herself because we wanted to make the game like co-op. So it's like I want to do a flashback scene with Hamaru Yoshi and Tang Shen versus Shredder's brother. I forgot his name. What was Shredder's name? Oroku Saki. So it was Oroku Yagi. They basically fight him, and that was like the whole tutorials with Yoshi and Tang Shen. And I wanted to make it fit for co-op, so Tang Shen gets to fight. She still dies though, but with Karai, she was just like the 2003 cartoon. She was just like a random orphan girl that Shredder found and she took in. That's basically it. I didn't want to make her like Splinter's daughter or anything. I wanted to make Splinter to be like Hamato Yoshi mutated. I didn't want him to be like a random rat. That was kind of weird to me, honestly. But
I think in what was it, Rise? He was a movie star.
Okay.
Yeah.
With every new TMT media, Splinter keeps going away and away from his roots. Like in Mutant Mayhem, he was just a rat in the back of a restaurant, and then he learned ninjutsu from a textbook, just like ninjutsu book, just like the Michael Bay version of him. Like, why are they doing this to Splinter? Like with every new media, they keep deriving from. I don't understand that. Donatello with glasses? Why?
Yeah, nerd. So he must have glasses. Thankfully,
I don't understand this.
Well, I think. Oh yeah, at least Mutant Mayhem. Wait, if I don't remember. Mutant Mayhem. Donnie doesn't have glasses, or does
he? Does
he? Does.
He does.
And then there was something else recently that finally. Oh wait, Fortnite. Fortnite Turtles. Donnie has.
You worked on that.
Yeah, so it's like that gave me some closure, but it's like.
Yeah,
I'm still gonna do more TMNT stuff for Fortnite, like the maps. I'm gonna, there's still more coming, so I'm gonna do more like map stuff.
Wait, what's the whole Disney thing about?
So
without breaking any NDAs,
there's no like they invested billions into Fortnite, into Epic. So
they were gonna make like a whole like Disney map, right?
It's like a theme park, but still
that's
Fortnite.
Interesting.
So basically there's going to be like more Disney stuff, but like actual quests and things, and us as like independent creators, like working with Epic publishing through Fortnite, will get permission to use and profit off of like their characters in like Unreal Engine and Fortnite and things like that. So, it's still like all being still like sorted out, but they just want to make like, it's going to be like Wreck-It Ralph 2.
Okay. Like, so VR chat.
Like, well, just, I mean, like in terms of the advertising thing, like here's all our characters. Hey kids, you like Fortnite? Go to our theme park. So
okay. So my top 3 TMNT media. Number 1 is of course TMNT 2003. Number 2, probably the 80s cartoon. As like cheesy as it is, I did grow up watching some of the episodes. Number 3, I don't know. There you go. Legacy of Hamado. There you go. The game I was working on. Okay. Our game. There you go.
I need to continue watching the 80s one, but I liked all the multiverse stuff and how the turtles like comment like, why are you so corny? Why are you so upbeat all the time? And they do that in 2012 later on, and then the 80s turtles actually become like more brutal. So
Bro, what?
like
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I think it was like half asleep watching those episodes.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then for Mutant Mayhem, like I love the whole painted claymation type of style, and that's why I love the Clone Wars.
Too. But I love it, but I don't like the general like art style they went with, like making all the humans ugly. I like how they painted it, like the coloring. I like that, but that line work is like. But I don't know, man.
Other than that, it's just
April O'Neil looks like my sister.
It's like I just
like a millennial.
I'm not even going to get into woke. I mean, and everything that's been coming out recently. Yes, there are clear agendas, but I don't just blame the corporations. They're like the Emmys. And all these companies want awards too. So these like the Emmys and Golden Globes and things, they all have changed their rules. Like you need to have this amount of inclusion and things. So there are agendas, but like I can like block it out. But
yeah, me too.
What I don't like about Mutant Mayhem is just like how modern it is. Like with the whole, they say Riz. And like the modern speak, like yes, they're teenagers, but you have to make them so modern. Yes, like this is.
They probably ad-libbed that. The teenagers who voiced it probably ad-libbed that.
It's good that there actually are teenagers, like voicing them, but people are saying like this is the first time we've seen them as teens. TMNT 2012, they were all like. Teens, kids,
like teens. Teens. Like how we look way too young now. Back then, with when the Raimi movies came out, that was of course adults played those teens, but that's probably what they did look like back then.
They did. Like if you look at any YouTube videos of high schoolers in the early 2000s and the 80s and 90s, they look like they're 30.
Yeah.
So.
Especially 80s.
Yeah, they all and they're like taller and things, and so it's they were white, all accurate. It's just like they stopped looking like that.
No, don't you think just white people look like that in general?
Pretty much, and like back then it was a lot more just white schools. But then by the time of the Amazing Spider-Man movies, that kind of like teenagers started to look more like how they are now. So that's why I don't know.
Yeah, but they were all white.
That's when
Homecoming is very I like all the teenagers in Homecoming. Actually, Betty Brant, she genuinely looked young.
Tom Holland was in his 20s, so I was like 22 when they filmed it.
I mean, he is part of our generation though. So
yeah, he's like 25 now, 26 or something. I like how he said, I'm going to play Spider-Man until I can't walk. And now he's like, I really want to pass this on to someone else.
Really?
He's like taking a break from acting, but he's his mindset just.
I mean, Romeo and Juliet.
Leonardo DiCaprio. Oh, James Cameron Spider-Man. Oh, yes.
We were talking about actors' careers. Daisy Ridley, she's just in minor stuff now, but
I think she's really under Disney's thumb because she's doing a bunch of Disney specific.
Oh yeah, she's doing the Woman in the Sea thing,
and not really much else. Like her, Hayden, Tobey Maguire. Out of all of them, Toby has, I think, had more interesting projects.
He does. He had brothers. He had
But I feel like recently we have seen the return Like nothing will stop their return of the 2000s.
Oh yeah, Disney likes giving second chances to these actors. Like they did Hayden. Hayden came back. They're doing like the Ray movie, which I am looking forward to. I said I don't want anything post, the Rise of Skywalker, but all right, man, I'm excited.
I was different. I did want like at least one movie after it because like I kind of felt underwhelmed by Rise of Skywalker, but I now when I rewatch the sequels, I skipped the first two. I think I've seen The Last Jedi enough. I've seen TFA enough.
TFA is just like nothing, but
yeah. And then
Last Jedi is it's just a little bit like Ryan Johnson being self-indulgent. It's just like I don't vibe with it too much.
Canto Bite. Like the fact that they had that 5-minute extended sequence.
Yeah. But Rise of Skywalker, that's like if J.J. Abrams directed a Snyder film, if that makes sense. Like it's directed like a Greek tragedy in a sense.
It's Terrio and Abrams.
Yeah, Terrio
together. So basically,
I love Terrio.
But I do really enjoy the Rise of Skywalker because it's extremely fun and it does. It feels like the first movie though, because when you look at the concept art for TFA, you have the Red Star destroyers, you have the Death Star submerged.
Yeah, if it is perfect as a finale, like in that sense,
but
like it's all Palpatine's like entire plan throughout all the films just culminated.
I just hope it's
as
not
the Sith and the Empire. Like when you watch the original trilogy, you don't really get the sense that the Sith is like behind the Empire. But now with Rise of Skywalker, they just like push that idea. They got the cultists in there. They got red like Sith troopers. Like god damn, dude.
Oh yeah, so integral to the plot. Their armor can block bolts longer than other stormtroopers.
What?
What about it was just amazing. What about the tax evasion that Palpatine was doing for 30 years?
The tax evasion,
massive Star Destroyer
blockade. That's what the Resistance were doing. It was like blocking. They were doing like the same thing.
Well, more so, I guess Leia, because like, oh no, Leia's the daughter of Vader. And then they all broke off. And then,
what I like about Rise of Skywalker is that they refer to Leia as a princess. They actually because in the OT, she was like princess in like in New Hope, and now she's just like she's a rebellion general. And in what 5, 6, 7, 8, and then then we get like Palpatine saying the Princess of Alderaan.
Well,
like they really like bring back her royal roots, and I like that.
Well, it's like before the Obi-Wan show, we weren't exactly sure like when she became like that rebel leader, and I mean in Rebels she was still like a princess.
In Obi-Wan, she just comes off always like that.
Yeah, for a princess.
Yeah,
and then I do want. I mean, I know myself and others say we want a Leia show when she's young, but I guess there's not really much.
Obi-Wan's the best thing they could do, because if you have that on its own, it's like no one's gonna watch that. Like maybe if you make it like Forces of Destiny on like a YouTube Kids app, probably.
Yeah.
Like just a animated thing.
And
but it won't work realistically for like a Disney Plus. Like no one's gonna watch that as as an audience.
I think we do need it. Like Disney really needs to stop with their limited series. Just do what's best. Make at least one more season of Obi-Wan, because again, Obi-Wan ended as it should have started. Kind of like
I still enjoyed it. Like I still enjoy what he did.
But like the way he ended is the comic Obi-Wan. And outfit and then everything.
Yeah, man. Read the comics if you want season 2.
And like Qui-Gon, like you introduced that and you're just gonna end it. But then like when Kirstantin was brought into Boba Fett, it was like, yeah, we're gonna see him in Obi-Wan, because like Slash, so like still could do
right
for season 2.
Okay, Obi-Wan versus Maul in live action.
You know what? That'd be so weird to see.
It'd be cool, man. Did they ever do that, like live action adaptations of like animated scenes?
Oh well, Of animated scenes. Animated characters, yes. Animated scenes,
No.
no. They did the opposite, like Revenge of the Sith.
Oh yeah, doing that
animation.
stuff. Yeah, but like, I don't care about that as much.
So I
Wait, Siege of Mandalore, kinda like they did the environments for Ahsoka, I guess. I mean, the haze.
like they did the Obi-Wan and Anakin versus the Magna Guards. Well, like for a few seconds, like Obi-Wan.
Yeah, that was animated though, but like
that.
But like in the Ahsoka show, they did like Siege of Mandalore, kinda.
Yeah.
Kinda.
And then season 7, they did the council discussion. So like when we watch Revenge of the Sith, we're supposed to think, oh, a few seconds after this scene ends, Ahsoka is there. One thing I really hate that a lot of shows do, and the Ahsoka, not the Ahsoka show, the season 7 really made me realize this, is like withholding information to create fake tension. It's like just say what's happening. Like the Acolyte has been doing that. The Last Jedi and season 7, it's like, when Ahsoka doesn't tell the council about Maul's vision of Anakin, like, yes, we know that we can't disrupt Revenge of the Sith, but like it just doesn't feel natural now with that. Like she probably would tell them. So there's just stuff like that we have to accept because the prequels happened and the original trilogy happened. So there's that. The Ahsoka show, Thrawn, they did that stupid thing again like they did in Rebels, where Thrawn conveniently ends the barrage right as the characters are going to die. In this one, they just ran right through it. It's like, and didn't get hit once. In Rebels, during the Lothal War with Thrawn, he was barraging the group with the Star Destroyer, and he stopped it conveniently right as the shield was going to burn out. So it's like stuff like that. It's like he was pounding them, and the shield was going to, and he just like, ceasefire, they've had enough. So, stuff like that is like, whatever. But,
what do you think is going to be in Ahsoka season 2? Mortis stuff, I guess.
Mortis, which I would like to see. I feel like things from like Colin Trevorrow's script are episode 9 are like pieced together in different ways, which I like. So Mortis, I really want to see that, and I think Baylan could definitely be like one of the
Knights of Ren.
Well, I mean, like wiser, maybe Knights of Ren, maybe like wisest Jedi who like. A mix of Dooku and Anakin, kind of like.
Yeah, but he ain't coming back, so.
Yeah, well, he probably just gonna recast him, but, or
will they?
I don't know, like.
How often do they recast in Star Wars? We got Bale's wife. That's pretty much it.
Bale's wife.
I mean, of course they did like deep fake, but that doesn't count.
And Bale himself, like in the Phantom Menace, like. There was a different, like, Bale Antilles.
Really?
And then it was different character. Like, it was the same character, but, like, different actor. So Bale was recasted after episode 1, but he shows up for, like, half a second in the Senate. So that's, like, the only... I can't think of anything else, really. Of course, voice actors in live action doesn't count.
Of course.
But I think... Baylan could really be like a mix of Dooku and Anakin, kind of, and he could really be the one who takes over Mortis, maybe. The new kind of father. I don't know. He's like...
Oh, yeah, and of course, like, younger versions of characters don't count. Like, we got Alden Ehrenreich, Ewan McGregor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, well, Alden...
we got...
Alden... I really like him as Han.
Yeah.
Lando
I love
as
him.
well.
I love him.
And I watch, like I said, Solo is my third favorite. It's like
Yeah,
Revenge
it's
of the
like my
Sith.
second favorite Disney era Star
Disney
Wars
era.
film. Rise of Skywalker being first. Third. I mean, this is either Rogue One or Force Awakens. I don't know.
Rogue One is my second favorite. Then for me, it's like Revenge of the Sith, Rogue One, Solo, Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
I might even put Return of the Jedi above Solo. It was my introduction, and it's very nostalgic, and so there's that. But
Vader,
the most overused
Black Series figure.
I think I've had my fill of Vader figures.
They just re-released a New Hope Vader.
They're gonna keep doing that.
Why did they do that again? Like they did it like to promote something. I forgot.
I'm just sick of Hasbro. Their re-releases and everything. Like their TVC looks better than their
Of course.
Black Series, but
I love TVC. I love vintage collections so much.
And
it is my number one favorite toy line. So
I think in terms of space, it's better.
Yeah. My second favorite toy line is DC McFarlane. My third, I sent you a post. Like I posted about it, but third is whatever. Either Indiana Jones Adventure Series or G.I. Joe Classified. But yeah, McFarlane. I've been getting a lot of them. As I told you, I just got like Ocean Master and Kyle Rayner yesterday.
And
I love the He-Man Masters figures.
I need to get more of those.
I almost have like the entire line. Almost.
I
don't have any exclusives, but I'm just missing like a couple, like some of the couple new waves they made, and I'm just waiting to get them cheap. But I have like the.
No,
but
I pretty much only have shirtless He-Man, and I have Orko.
I have that. I have it in box. Have you seen Revolution?
I was about to say I actually do need to, and I want to watch it today.
Love it. Like speaking about what we're talking about, film industry, entertainment. It is refreshing. Like. Yeah, Masters Universe Revolution is so refreshing because it's all about myth, like otherworldly, lore, ideas, religious stuff that is missing from like today's culture.
Yeah.
And that's, oh my God. Like, having like actual muscular, men and, women, like the Snyder films. That's what Zack Snyder tried to like bring back in cinema, and then Warner Bros. Was like, oh, let's make it like the MCU. Let's make it secular. Let's make it science.
Now Gunn's like, let's give him a baggy.
Gun is all science
with lines like. I don't know. Of course, we don't know who made the suit, whether it was Martha or it's like a Kryptonian thing, but
it looked Kryptonian to me.
But it's like the quality of Martha. So it's like
it would look better like on actual film. Like you see the promo picture you posted, like that looked really expensive, like in the promo pic. So you gotta they're gonna color grade it, of course.
It's probably his second suit. I mean, it doesn't have like the one of them doesn't have the collar. This whole movie is just going to be leaked, basically. And
I mean, Gunn hid the suit pretty well, so
and other stuff.
Yeah,
but I'm just interested.
The Maxwell Lord like jackets and stuff. Like with that context, they look really cool. Like the Terrifics comic. I've read some of that. It was really fun, and I appreciate him like doing that. Sean Gunn as Maxwell Lord.
Nepotism. I've only seen Terrific and I think some animated content, but like as a huge Alex Ross simp, having the costume be exactly like his art, and of course,
I remember that's iconic. Like his back turned off. Who else is in the film?
Crypto.
They have remember Otis from the like Reeve films. They have like a version of him now, like the buffoon.
And then
Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor. Yeah, it's gonna be like Michael Rosem 2.0.
There were some set photos of him already.
Yeah,
like bald.
Really? I haven't seen him.
Bald and
But
damaged.
yeah. Oh, Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane. Perfect. Perfect.
Like she's straight out of the comics and the animated series.
The orange, like the orange shirt she wears.
Purple.
Like no, sorry, orange. What? No, purple.
Purple.
It looked like one of the covers from one of the Action Comics Rebirth. Covers. It was, I think, Clayman drew it. It was. Yeah. It looks exactly like that. It was definitely so nice.
Style.
Guy Gardner.
Well,
do you think Nathan Fillion would be? I mean, of course, Nathan Fillion would be perfect as Guy Gardner. But what would you think if he was like Hal Jordan?
I think that would also be perfect.
Yeah.
So it's tough to say. Like Nathan Fillion is, like he fits like Nathan Drake. He fits Guy Gardner, Hal Jordan. I always get him mixed up with Brendan Fraser.
Yeah, I can see that.
Fraser was Doom Guy, not Doom Guy. Oh my god,
Doom Patrol guy.
Doom Patrol.
I forgot his name. Robot Man.
Robot Man. No, yeah, Robot Man. He was also supposed to be Firefly in the Batgirl.
Oh yeah.
Thing. It's like
he was the whale.
It's the whale. It's so. I'm sure Batgirl was a mess. Like from the scripts.
Of course it was.
We
got J.K. Simmons. We got Michael Keaton. Yeah, no.
Yeah, but like I'm also craving like more Keaton. So like just give me everything that was filmed for Keaton and I'm good.
But no, J.K. Simmons as like the way he looked in the set photos as Gordon looks yeah.
I mean, I liked him for the brief moments he was in Justice League. So, I mean, they changed his look enough to differentiate him from.
Yes.
But now he's like, and he's bald in the MCU. So
yeah. When you think about the hot girl,
I don't know if that was revealed earlier or not, but I was surprised to see her.
Yeah, Isabella Merced. She was in Madam Web. She was in Transformers last night. She was Dora. She was a live action Dora.
She was in the last night. The most overextended slog of a movie ever.
But
I don't like the last night.
So Dora. I don't remember from anything else. She was in that one. She was in this one film I liked, but I think it was with Mark Wahlberg too. Instant Family, I think it was called. She was like adopted, I think, or something. I don't know. Let me see.
Wasn't she Mark? Wait. Oh,
yeah. So Mark Wahlberg, Rose Byrne,
because he was also in Transformers, but not the last night.
Yeah, look to her from
Wasn't he literally She literally his daughter in the last night?
No. In last night, she was random rebellion person girl. She was in.
As a kid.
She was not. She was in nothing else that. Yeah, like notable. Sicario. I never seen Sicario. But yeah, I
think we've gone on a long time.
Shut up. Let's talk. Arrow.
Arrow. I have to keep watching. I have to get back.
I'm at the end of season 3 now.
From what I've seen and what I've heard, it feels like a Nolan Batman type of show.
It is. It is. Spoilers. Oliver Queen becomes Ra's al Ghul. He becomes the leader of the League of Assassins.
Like I already know he becomes Spectre and then he dies later.
Yeah, dude, that's what Green Lantern did in the comics, and they make Oliver Queen everything. He's Batman. He's now like Hal Jordan, like turned into Spectre. Like, what are you doing, man? Why is Oliver Queen the center of everything? I get it. He started the Arrowverse, but like,
and
bro,
Smallville.
like with Iron Man defeating Thanos, it makes sense. Plus, like Thanos' first appearance wasn't Iron Man, but like Green Arrow, he being the savior of the multiverse.
Yeah,
and of course, like in the season finale of Arrow, like the series finale of Arrow, he does like change. Like there's some things like in his lore that change that look satisfying. So honestly, sure.
Well, he's always been like one of Batman's like most trusted allies.
Oh yeah, he's basically they basically bat god him
pretty much. And like Dark Knight Returns, when they're old and Batman needs to take down Superman, he calls Oliver.
Oliver.
So even
Ollie,
he has one arm gone and he can still use his arrow.
Bro, what?
And Dark Knight Returns, like
the Dark Knight Returns, yeah.
Like, I forget. I think it was Superman who lasered his arm off, or like.
Bro, what the hell?
Or like I forget how he lost his arm, but he could still shoot his arrow with one arm. So Oliver is probably more overpowered than anyone. And then there was
how much of Arrow? How much of Arrow have you seen?
Only parts of like the first season a while ago.
It gets better. It does get better. Like, the first season of Arrow was just like CW soap opera, but then it does become more, comic booky. Towards the end of season 3, they did the whole like Oliver and Felicity shipping thing. I don't know, like it didn't piss me off because I don't know. At the time, it was probably a big point of contention. But watching in hindsight is like whatever it happened. Whatever happened. I don't know. It's his own version of the characters. Like whatever.
I was never like into.
But I heard like the showrunners were listening to like the Tumblr fan base who shipped Oliver and Felicity really a lot, and they're like, "We're going to do it to get the audience."
It sounds like modern showrunners too.
Yeah, but the way they did it was all right. It wasn't like contrived or anything. But it's like it wasn't desirable. But it's like okay, yeah, they did it. Whatever.
Well, I will tonight. I'll watch Revolution and then start Arrow again.
You said you were going to watch something else.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the Clone Wars again.
No.
And again.
What was that other thing you said you were going to watch? Tonight. I like ADHD.
I don't think I said any. I was going to.
Yeah, good word. Like.
What was the other? Oh, yeah. I was going to say in Injustice. It's like the Injustice movie is a bit different.
No, not that from the but whatever.
Comic, yeah. But in the Injustice movie, Green Arrow, of course, like shoots the arrow, and then I think Superman deflects it, and it goes into John Kent's chest and kills him. In the comic, I forget. I know John also gets hurt, I think, by Green Arrow, but then he's just okay, and Superman doesn't just murder Green Arrow like he does in the movie.
Bro. The animated film, right? I watched it. I don't remember anything about it.
I think it's kind of better than the comics, but
I remember enjoying it though. I liked it. I think people just didn't like it because evil Superman. I liked it though.
I like the animated DC universe like a lot more. And there's still part 3 of Crisis that's going to come out. And
man, I didn't even watch those.
Yeah, they're not really.
But why is it 3 parts, man? I watched like the ending of the first part is like Infinity War. Like
money. The third part is going to have like Conroy's last role, which we've heard so many times already.
Yeah, sure. The spectacular Spider-Man's back. Animated Batman's back.
Josh Keaton. And then Josh Keaton voiced.
And at least this is like Kevin Conroy, though.
He was an Invincible. Josh Keaton was Invincible. He voiced the Arachnid or whatever.
Invincible.
Like Spider-Man is in the Invincible comics, but for some reason,
they did like one crossover. That was it.
But then in the show they had to change him, so they named him like Arachnid or something. But it was still Josh Keaton voicing and clearly fighting Doc Ock, but it wasn't Doc Ock.
I couldn't get into Invincible, man. Like it was just like it's like The Boys, just like, hey, rip off Justice League.
Yeah. And it's also a lot of shock stuff, like brutal. Yeah. Honestly,
I won't mind that as much if the characters weren't just like rip-offs of like existing characters.
That's what I noticed before. Like, the Guardians of the Globe, as they're called, is a heavy rip-off.
Everything in Ninja Turtles 2012, Space Heroes being like the Star Trek cartoon, the Batman and Robin thing, like they did, like what was that? That was so weird.
Then, what was it? No, that was 2003 that like did the whole Justice League ripoff thing.
Yeah, but that at least were slightly more unique. It still wasn't ideal, but it was more unique at least. Like there's nobody. He wasn't like Bat Hero or something. There was like
Turtle Titan.
Turtle Titan was awesome. Let me get some soy milk. I need some soy.
I think we should probably wrap this up.
No.
Yeah. You know what? Well, we'll probably talk about like the Acolytes. We should just like do one of these every time something new comes out. So like we have the Acolyte and then Deadpool, Wolverine.
Let me bring out a tease for next episode.
Andor. I'm just going to end the recording here then. After we do the outro.
Okay, so here's a tease for next episodes.
Yeah.
Very nice. We're going to we will look at some comic book artwork. So yeah, this was the first episode of our podcast. It was just us being derpy, I guess,
and then
talking about random stuff. I don't know.
And then for the next one, we'll combine topics. I guess.
Who's going to listen to this?
Or like,
who's going to listen to us? We're young.
If you're here at this point, which you're probably not, then thank you. But at this point, for the next one, we'll probably just talk about Deadpool, Wolverine, Acolyte. I'll also get out the Alex Ross art books, and
we're going to show off our comic books next episode.
And Star Wars art book and all.
I have a lot of comic books I bought. Might as well show them off. Spent like hundreds on them. Better, I don't read them.
They're just art books.
Yeah. Let's talk about art. Let's show off some of our art. I'm still working on like that Enchanting Terry piece.
Yeah,
but yeah.
For next time. Yeah.
Next time I'm gonna. Yep. Let's look at some Rob Liefeld next time. Let's look at Greg Land next time.
Rob Liefeld.
Oh boy. Oh boy. All right.
Well,
see y'all next time.
See you all next time.
Two Guys Talk, the podcast, the Discount Geeks. Oh yeah, dude. I wanted to say this earlier when we talk about like security and stuff. I stopped a school shooting once. That's all I want to say. There you go. The end. You don't even know. I just reported some guy being dipshit. So yeah.
Well, it's important to look at the signs of the lonely kid.
Yeah. Dude, that guy was crazy, dude. Oh boy. There you go. The end.
Yeah, well, the end. Well, bye, guys. Next time.